I guess the audio is not there. Let's see.
You know, there is no security without your own support. We are tired in Meme Division. The population have suffered. And enough is enough. Your papa, you beat him. Mommy, you beat him. The wife of your father, you fuck up. You back. I am tired. You know, there is no security without your own support. We are tired in Meme Division. The population have suffered. And enough is enough. Your papa, you beat him. Mommy, you beat him. The wife of your father, you fuck up. You back. I am tired.
For him, in spite of the insultive words he uses on them, it doesn't appear to me like our people are beginning to get the message that we preach every day, that they come into your home, insult you, and then tell you.
Someone's knee is on the neck of Southwesterners, and this is the moment we should get out of what it is. We are being called to keep quiet and not to tell the truth. Take this. The man who surrendered in Tian was number 2 to General Tenkobo. In his revelation, he says that they received orders from abroad to execute the delegates. Who gave that order from abroad? Let the name be made public so that all the facets of the state, the government, civil society, the press, activists, advocacy should be launched so that the world should release who gave that devilish order. This is not normal. How many times will Southwesterners cry? Their farmlands have all been taken. Their bushes, in fact, their villages have been invaded and taken, and the natives driven away. We want to talk, they call it hate speech. What do you call hate speech? If you want to talk about hate speech, look at the causes of the hate speech. And this is what is happening. This is what is happening. We abhor and deplore hate speech. The people of Southwest are hospitable people who are very accommodating, who know to share what they have with others. If they are telling and crying out their pain, no one should call it hate speech. This is too much. We can't bear it any longer.
The National Oil Refinery Company, Sonara, is the most indebted public company in Cameroon. Sonara owes over 277 billion francs CFA, according to a report from the Sinking Fund of Cameroon. Now, for me, Armstrong Sanda, in this report presents the situation as far as the debts of public companies in Cameroon are concerned. Details coming up.
Document says as of June 30th, 2022, the total internal debts of public enterprises and establishments stood at 392.8 billion francs CFA. On the list of most indebted public enterprises, the National Oil Refinery Company Sonara tops. Sonara alone is indebted to the tune of 277.6 billion francs CFA, representing 70% in this category. In details, Sonara owes 247.2 billion francs CFA to banks and 28.8 billion francs CFA to suppliers. Next to Sonara, the Cameroon Airlines company Cameco has a total internal debt of 62.4 billion francs CFA. On the third position, and immediately after the Cameroon Airlines company Cameco, is the Douala Port Authority, the PAD, with an internal debt of 17.9 billion francs CFA. Next to the Douala Port Authority is the Cameroon Telecommunications Camtel with 15.9 billion francs CFE. Camwater, which is yet to find a formula to the repeated water crisis in towns and cities in Cameroon, has a total debt of 5.2 billion francs CFE as of June 30th, 2022. Other highly indebted public enterprises and establishments includes the Cameroon Development Corporation, the CDC, with 9.4 billion francs CFE, the MI2 with 3.3 billion francs CFE, while the SCDP, Sodecoton and the CAA were not classified.
The national oil refinery company Sonara is the most indebted public company in Cameroon. Sonara owes over 277 billion francs CFA, according to a report from the Sinking Fund of Cameroon. Now, for me, Armstrong Sander, in this report presents the situation as far.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the economic report coming from Cameroon as a result of the economic sabotage that Ambazonia independent groups stipulated, imposed on that country. Who says it is not working? Economic sabotage is working. And all we can say here is that if you are on ground zero, where we call the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, continue to do your best to make sure that we impinge on Cameroon's ability to pay for the war they declare on a part of the country they suppose belongs to themselves. So please, if you are a restoration fighter, I want you to know what you are doing is working. La Republic is running helter-skelter here and there with the army setting up military camps. That is where their money is going to. Every dime that is coming into the pocket of that, into the treasury of that country, is going into military investment, and it is only a matter of time when they will not be able to pay the civil service. But that is one good news. That is one good news to tell you everything isn't well, everything isn't right in Yaoundé, no matter what they want you to believe. Now, I leave that and I get to my first subject of the day.
You were seen in several occasions advocating for peace. You also led the caravan.
I did a 2-hour interview with Radio Evangelium of Mamfe to explain to the people what had happened in dialogue. What happened? When we went in for a grand dialogue, I must be clear to you, the bishops of this province had already put out a memorandum to the Prime Minister in preparation for the dialogue to stand for federation. We said federation. And this is how we went into the dialogue. Now, this is what I want to explain to your televiewers.
Right.
When we went into that dialogue and we started talking, this was still the opening of the dialogue. It was Chief, the late von Mukete, who got up and he made an analysis. All the videos are still there. Von Mukete started by saying that the position of the Southwest was that they don't want to have anything to do with the Northwest. And that if they are talking about federation, the Southwest position was that they didn't want any federation as long as that will have them to do with the Northwest. We're all in this hall. And Mukete went back to history to analyze the divisions and the disagreements between Southwest and Northwest. And that federation on condition that Southwest and Northwest are not together. Now, when he said this was the position that the Southwest brought to dialogue. And the Southwest said, 10-state federation. They were for federation, but 10-state federation. One man from the east and one from the north got up and said, look, we have never been a state. Why do you want to force us into statehood? You say you want 10 state. Why are you forcing us to be a state? You were a state, you know what it means. We have never been. So we don't want. Why do you want to force us into statehood? You say you want 10 state. Why are you forcing us to be a state? You were a state, you know what it means. We have never been. So we don't want state. Big argument broke out in the hall. And in the end, it is some lawyer who got up and went back to the Constitution and say, okay, with these arguments, there is provision for special status. Okay. So let us go back now to this Constitution and see how this special status can help Northwest and Southwest remain a little bit independent, but at the same time, not within the Federation. This was a compromise position that came out of the dialogue because the Southwest position was that they wanted Federation but nothing to do with the Northwest. These are clear facts of history that we lived through in the Grand National Dialogue. So now people are arguing, oh, they want Federation, they want this and the other. We sat in that hall and this is how the word special status came about. This is something that we can say is the fruit of the dialogue. And since then, what I think is that the decentralization process and the process of the independence or the autonomy of the regions has to be hastened. We are doing a lot of talking and very little is happening practically. The regions should be empowered and the regions should be able to take their own development into their hands. Then this problem will take a different dimension. This is the fruit of the dialogue. Okay. And so we cannot say nothing happened in the dialogue. And I want this history to pass very clearly how special status came about. Because of the disagreement that occurred in the hall between Northwest and Southwest. This is how we quarreled in the hall. It was a very big quarrel. Since I am a man of many worlds, I unfortunately found myself between the Northwest parliamentarians and the Southwest parliamentarians. So I was the one who was almost dividing the fight in the hall with Bishop George Nko. This is a reality. So people just come and enter the story in chapter 3. They don't understand how it came about. And this is what I want our televiewers to understand.
You know, the existence of the idea of Gari has won a lot of admiration because it gives us now. I watched the mayor of Mamfe interpreting Gari. I am the author of Gari, of the Gari process. I've never interpreted it. So I only owe a court that will call me that come and interpret Gari. And then I will interpret Gari the way I want to interpret it. I have the key to the interpretation. You can take it the way you want to take it. It's not my responsibility. But people who follow me and who know what I mean by Gari, they know what I mean by Gari. And when I say we should Gari, those people, they already know what I mean. So I am still going to say it that we have to Gari those people in Victoria. When I say those people, you understand. Because you now know that these people have now contacted Facebook. Facebook is reviewing my videos of 1 year ago. Yes, that stopped put up some of my videos social media. I just saw that a video that I posted about the gendarmerie in Mamfe, that are removing those videos. So we have to take this fight to Facebook. We have to start thinking of protesting. Because Facebook is a very important channel where we pass our messages. Now, I want to say it here without fear of favor, without fear of persecution, without fear of being jailed, to tell the mayor that he will be arrested if he dares any further to call any rally without the permission of the interim government. And if we arrest him, we are going to apply the Gari process on one of his legs. We'll apply the Gari process on one of his legs. I want all politicians to know this fact that elections, campaigns will not hold in Southern Cameroon. You see that man and I, we are staunch enemies. He's the one who attacked me with a botabi in my knee, followed me with his car to hit me, and I only survived by the grace of God. And that is why I tell people that, ask people who know me in Mampi and in Manu, in Southwest, ask all colleagues journalists that I left the mouth of the lion and nothing happened, and so nothing is going to happen. Now, with that said, our people must strategize to apply the Gari process to all of these other mad dogs from across the Mongo who think that they are watching at us while the regime kills us. Just a minute. Now, the sincerity of the application of this principle of gathering these people in our neighborhoods is going to change the ideology of the military, because they think that they can only kill us. But once we apply this principle where we carry these people back, if they kill 5 of our people, we should carry 15 of their people, not complete Gary, the dominant hand. That's what somebody proposed, that the dominant hand should be carried. This is very vital. Let me say this. You see, a lot of these people think that we are joking because they still move freely in our territory. Once you apply this principle of carrying your hands, you know, they will now understand one thing. They will know how much business you mean when you carry their hands. Just a minute. And this should be the dominant hand. Why do I say the dominant hand? Because when you want to pick up something to harm our people, and the major hand that you use in harming our people is not functional, then you will understand that you have definitely, that they will understand that we have definitely just started. The military will just approach towards the way they deal with our people. Let me say this and say it very clearly. The essence of putting up this Gary process is rooted in the ability to create an everlasting impression.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening and welcome to News Talk with yours truly, Chris Ano, coming to you from Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas, where it is hot as hell here. But thank you for tuning in. I'd like to welcome all of you joining in from where we'll call Ground Zero. It is exciting to be back with you today with no reminder, no information. I hope that those who have joined by way of Facebook will go ahead and hit the share button. Nobody knew I was coming live today. I expect that you go ahead. For those of you joining by way of Facebook, go ahead and hit your share button. I am so excited with what I bring to you today. You know, every moment I am here, I come with exhilarating information, educative information, and of course something entertaining too. You know, television is all about entertainment. If it doesn't entertain you, there is no reason for you to sit there and watch it. That is what television is all about. So please, I'd like to thank you for tuning in once more, but I urge you to go ahead, quickly hit your share button. Let those who did not know I was coming live, let them join the broadcast. And please do so in the next 1 minute. I will be right back. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I see the numbers are jumping. The numbers are jumping. Thank you for doing so. Please, if you are just joining by way of Facebook, go ahead, hit your share button. Hit your share button. Nobody knew I was coming live this afternoon or this evening, wherever that you find yourself. But again, as usual, I come with very, very educative information and analysis, including with my panel on the issues of the day, the issues going on in our struggle for independence actualization and those going on around the globe. Talking about Russia, the French, the Sahel, that is Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, ECOWAS, and the rest. Of course, Ambazonia comes first, as you all know. So please go ahead and hit your share button. The moment I see at least, ladies and gentlemen, the moment I see at least 150 people, I'm going to kickstart this proper. So I am waiting for you to go ahead and hit your share button as rapidly as you join the show. I'm looking forward to at least, again, 150 people right now, close to 100. I'm looking for 150 to kickstart this proper. So let us quickly do so. Let us quickly do so. I'd like to welcome all of you. Tune in by way of satellite from where we'll call Ground Zero, the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, where we'll fight to retain our freedoms, justice, and independence from La République du Cameroon. I just would love every one of you on Ground Zero, ladies and gentlemen, to know that things may look calmer than expected. But I want you to know that, again, we are in an existential war, and war that is meant to grab freedom and independence doesn't end just the way that many people think. And do not get discouraged at all. Not at all. We are on the right path. We are on the right path of this war, and the only way that La République can say they have won, they have declared victory, is when we'll see their flags flying all over Ambazonia, especially in their schools, in their mayors and DOs offices. But until then, we'll say the war rages on. The war rages on. Please, again, thank you for tuning in. Go ahead, hit your share button. I am waiting for a particular number to go ahead with this broadcast. So please, let us quickly do so. If you are joining, hit your share button. Send a link to your WhatsApp groups. Send a link to your Facebook groups. Send a link to every page you are associated or affiliated with on the social media, including Instagram and Twitter. Let them know the anchor man is alive, not live. He is alive. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's do that quickly so that I can bring you this broadcast as soon as I can. Okay, so many things have been happening, especially Ground Zero. I received so many messages from Ground Zero. People are a little worried, a little troubled. Oh, let's go to Russia, let's go to Mali, let's go to Burkina Faso, let's go to Niger and see whether some help can come from there. Nobody on Ground Zero should be worried and have any doubts about what we are trying to do. You never come in the public to discuss your strategy. So please hold your peace. We hear you all. We hear you all. And there are those who are saying, oh, you guys need to unite. You guys need collaboration. You guys need to come together. We hear you all, and I bet you guys know there is nobody following that initiative as yours truly here. So everything that will give us Ambazonia, you can trust me that as far as I'm concerned, we will get there, and if it means stretching to get there, we will get there. But we'll do that also very cautiously. We approach everything very, very cautiously. It is not any form of collaboration. It is not any form of unity, because you will collaborate with some people and they think that you are desperate, or they try to make sure that they bury you and bury the struggle, ladies and gentlemen. So we approach everything very, very cautiously, and these are some of the things that we're going to be discussing tonight in this broadcast. So please, again, I see the number numbers are almost there. 30 to go. Hit your share button, please. Hit your share button. 30 to go to 150. And then I come to you. In the meantime, I came across this footage, ladies and gentlemen, from the colonial officer in Kumba. This footage came in from the colonial officer in Kumba. I watched it. It was ridiculous. It was also funny, but I warn you, the language the colonial official speaks is foul. The language is foul. So let me warn you before you listen to it. Listen. Oh, I guess the audio is not there. Let's see.
You know, there is no security without your own support. We are tired in Meme division. The population have suffered, and enough is enough. Your papa, you beat him. Mommy, you beat him. The wife of your father, you fuck up. You back. I am tired.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, what amazes me in what this guy is saying is not what he is saying per se. It is the fact that people gather and cheer and applause for him when he uses such foul words, essentially insulting the intelligence of those gathered there. Now, I'd like you to listen to it one more time. Listen to it one more time, please.
You know, there is no security without your own support. We are tired in Meme division. The population have suffered, and enough is enough. Your papa, you beat him. Mommy, you beat him. The wife of your father, you fuck up. You back. I am tired.
All right, I hope you all get the point I am trying to pass across here. I hope you get the point I am trying to pass across. This is the colonial official for Kumba. They call him Ndong Chamberlain. Ndong Chamberlain. He says, we need you. We need you. We need your support to ensure security. We need your support to ensure security. La République du Cameroon is telling our people, in order for you to be secure, we need your support. But where is insecurity coming from? From the same regime. The regime that this colonial official represents. And then he says it in the most insulting way. And our people are standing there and applauding, clapping for this guy, ladies and gentlemen. They are applauding for him in spite of the insulting words he uses on them. It doesn't appear to me like our people are beginning to get the message that we preach every day, that they come into your home, insult you, and then tell you to collaborate with them. That's essentially what this colonial officer is doing. He is in your territory, asking you for cooperation for security, but he doesn't do so without insulting you and insulting your parents and your mothers and yourself, and you applaud for him. You applaud for him. Come on. Come on. Are we learning anything at all? This guy should have been stoned. He should have been stoned right where he is. Or the moment you utter those words, somebody should have stoned him. All right, I guess we've hit the number I was looking for. Once more, thank you for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you joining from Canada, the USA, South America, Europe. Thank you for tuning in. And if you are joined in here by way of Roku, thank you for joining us by Roku. I like everybody to know that ABS is on Roku. If you are in Europe, in Canada, US, anywhere in the world, I believe, where there is a high-speed internet and where you can download Roku on your television set or buy it, or you have the Roku application on your television set, you can watch us 24/7. You can watch ABS 24/7 on Roku. Most televisions nowadays come with a Roku application. All you need to do is you get on Roku and you search for ABS Africa TV. ABS Africa TV. Once you search that, the moment you enter Africa, in fact, on your Roku search button, you see our logo, ABS logo, the one you find on your screen will pop up, and you click on that, download the channel on your television, so that anytime, all you need to do is click on it to watch what is going on ABS, because many people do not know we are live 24/7. We are live on satellite and on Roku 24/7. The only reason you see us live on Facebook is when we are live, as I am now. But after this, ABS is running on satellite in Africa and in all of Europe and America, Canada, on Roku television. Okay, I hope you get that. And also, please do not forget that ABS has a YouTube channel too. After the broadcast, this broadcast will be uploaded onto ABS. Every one of our shows, onto YouTube. Every one of our shows are uploaded to YouTube for those who cannot watch live and for those who may not have access to Roku and satellite. But once more, it's a great pleasure to be here with you. I didn't plan to be here tonight, but somehow, because of the events going on around the globe and in our struggle, I choose to come up today. And I am actually hoping that throughout this week, I shall be on today, or live today, live Wednesday and live Friday. I will do everything to show up on these days, Wednesday and Friday. So please, as you join, do me the favor, continue to hit your share button as you join. I am going to discuss a number of things with you here today, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk about what happened on August 9 in Victoria, Centenary Stadium. The statement from the colonial governor in Boya and the La République du Cameroon Senator Mbela Moki, some very insensitive statements which came from their mouths. We're going to discuss that. You have heard about a certain conference being organized in Canada. Who is organizing the conference? You have not been told. I have come today to tell you who is behind that conference and why this interim government shall not be participating in that conference. We'll also tell you what is wrong with the conference. And besides that, we're going to be talking about the events in the Sahel and ECOWAS. ECOWAS came out promising to invade Niger after the coup d'etat, but after a meeting last Thursday, they came out saying, oh no, we're going to approach this situation diplomatically. And so they tactically withdraw their military intervention in Niger. But other things are happening. Russia is sending a fighter jet to South Africa. What are they up to? What are they planning to do? All these things, ladies and gentlemen, all these things, they are coming up in these broadcasts. Please give me one more minute and I will be right back. Don't touch your remote. I will be right back. Once more, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for tuning in. At this moment, I will take you to my monologue for the day. And it is on the subject of the inability of La République du Cameroon senator to speak truth to power, and I title it demanding accountability. Senator Mbela Moki's silence on government killings in Ambazonia. The event in Victoria on August 9th, which saw the exhuming and state funeral for 5 La République du Cameroon delegates allegedly killed by separatist fighters in Indian County in June 2021, has raised a significant concern regarding Mbela Moki's response to the ongoing conflict. At the ceremony at the Centenary Stadium in Victoria, Colonial Governor Okalia Bilai pointed to the corpses, mockingly referred to them as trophies for separatist fighters. The ease can be understandable considering that he hails from La République du Cameroon and cares less about the circumstances under which the delegates met their demise. If there was anything that hit home, Albert encapsulated in the highest form of hypocrisy and attempt at manipulation, it was statements from La République du Cameroon's Senator Mbela Moki. Facing the corpses of the delegates, Mbela Moki fired out. He swooned, starting with a revelation of something we have always known to be the case. The statement that they have been held back. They have been held back from speaking the truth for so long, but that now ye must. And what is the truth according to Mbela Moki? First, blame Northwesterners for an event that happened far away in Indian County. And then second, he laments that the Southwest region, as they call it, has suffered a lot. This is the truth according to Mbela Moki. The problem is that nothing can be associated with the truth, the whole truth, in Mbela Moki's statements. If anything, he is a good example of a shrewd politician taking advantage of people weeping and mourning, the families weeping and mourning to make political capital. 5 delegates were allegedly killed in India. Mbela Moki is cowardly enough not to tell us who exactly carried out the killings. And here he wants you and I to believe that the delegates were killed by Amba fighters, isn't it? And he cannot name the killer. Mbela Moki is quick to lament and resort to the blame game over 5 corpses. But he said nothing, zero. For over the 6 years, Cameroon soldiers committed pogroms and genocidal killings in Ambazonia. And he wants you to believe that he cares? Mbela Moki is a whim for La République du Cameroon, playing their well-known card of divide, rule, and conquer by choosing to blame people far away in Bamenda for what happened in his backyard in Indian County. For close to 7 years of this conflict, thousands of innocent civilians have tragically lost their lives due to the actions of the Cameroonian government and its soldiers. 30 were killed in Bali, over 20 in Pinyin, 11 killed in Mpondo, 7 killed in the classroom in Kumba, and we have found mass graves in Boya. You can name the rest. Despite this appalling loss of life, isn't it deeply troubling that Mbela Moki has not once publicly condemned these actions? I think that it is a matter of great importance that we understand why Mbela Moki has chosen to stand with the regime, seemingly against the very people he was choosing to represent. And I use the word chosen deliberately. The role of a senator is to be a voice to the people, ensuring their interests are protected and their rights upheld. However, Mbela's selective outrage over the unfortunate deaths of 5 individuals in India raises serious questions about his commitment to justice and human rights, and his ability to speak truth to power, or speak the truth at all. Why is it that Mbela Moki has not used his position, his platform, to advocate for the innocent civilians who have fallen victim to his government's actions? Are the lives and families of these individuals deemed less valuable than those affected in India? Of course not. Absolutely not. Mbela's silence on the government killings implies an alarming willingness to turn a blind eye to the suffering endured by his own people, our people. Mbela, sir, as a public servant whom you claim to be, it is your duty, sir, to hold your government accountable for its actions, irrespective of your politics. By remaining silent, picking and choosing where to speak truth, you betray the trust and faith placed in you by the people. You have a unique opportunity to use your influence and platform to demand justice, to speak out against the injustices perpetrated by your government, and to support the victims, all of the victims, not selected victims of this devastating conflict. I implore you, Senator Mbela, to reevaluate your position and take a stand against the government's actions. The people of Ambazonia want a politician who will prioritize their well-being above political alliances. It is crucial that you actively condemn all acts of violence, and I mean all, regardless of the perpetrators. By doing so, you can demonstrate your commitment to justice, to peace and human rights. The citizens of Ambazonia are looking to you to support their cause during these challenging times. It is imperative, sir, that you advocate for their rights, not just for the rights of the dead, but for their rights and interests. The lives lost and the suffering endured by innocent civilians demand nothing less than your unwavering commitment to justice. And ladies and gentlemen, that is my talking point for the day. Now, before I bring in my panel, I'd like to take you first to this clip. What Mbela Moki said actually at that funeral ceremony at the Centenary Stadium in Victoria. Listen to him.
Someone's knee is on the neck of Southwesterners, and this is the moment we should get out of what it is. We are being called to keep quiet and not to tell the truth. Take this. The man who surrendered in Tian was number 2 to General Tenkobo. In his revelation, he says that they received orders from abroad to execute the delegates. who gave that order from abroad. Let the name be made public so that all the facets of the state, the government, civil society, the press, activists, advocacy should be launched so that the world should release who gave that devilish order. This is not normal. How many times will Southwesterners cry? Their farmlands have all been taken. Their bushes, in fact, their villages have been invaded and taken and the natives driven away. We want to talk, they call it hate speech. What do you call hate speech? If you want to talk about hate speech, look at the causes of the hate speech. And this is what is happening. This is what is happening. We abhor and deplore hate speech. The people of Southwest are hospitable people who are very accommodating, who know to share what they have with others. If they are telling and crying out their pain, no one should call it hate speech. This is too much. We can't bear it any longer.
This is too much. The outspoken Mbela Moki, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Where was Mbela Moki, ladies and gentlemen, when Baby Mata was slaughtered in Moyoka? Where was the outrage? Where was Mbela Moki when 11 Southwesterners, not the Northwesterners, they know how to pronounce, to call, when they were slaughtered in Mpondo? Where was Mbela Moki? We have learned of mass graves discovered in Boya. Mbela Moki hasn't as much as raised or put out a single statement. This guy is the highest hypocrite we have seen in the southern Cameroons. But let me bring in my panel right here. I'm joined, ladies and gentlemen, by Comrade Mark Chaps, who is joining me from Canada. Comrade Mike, good to see you, sir.
Greetings, Comrade Chris. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, thank you. I'm also being joined, ladies and gentlemen, by Comrade Mike Fusi. Comrade Mike Fusi, centralize your image, please, to your right slightly.
Okay.
Good. So I'm being joined by Comrade Mike Fusi, joining me from the great state of Philadelphia, and I'm
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Oh yes, Pennsylvania. Philadelphia is the capital, right?
Yep.
Right. I am also being joined by the one and only Honorable Vice Chair of the Restoration Council, Chris Azua. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me. We have so much to discuss tonight. But let us start with Mbela Moki. I have asked a lot of questions, and I believe you guys also have the same, if not more, of those questions in your minds, on your minds. The question is, where has Mbela Moki been all this while for 6 years that Cameroon, using their soldiers, have slaughtered well over 30,000 Ambazonians, sent close to 1 million people into displaced locations, sent over 100,000 people into refugee camps. Mbela Moki claimed to be a senator. We have not seen him visit a single refugee camp. We have not seen him put out a single statement condemning Cameroon government soldiers' killings. So suddenly he comes out over 5 people, where there is a population, where he has to make some political capital, and he comes out swinging. If this is not the highest form of hypocrisy, I don't know what it is. Let me start with you, Comrade Chaps. You looking at that, I believe you listened to my monologue and you watched that video clip.
Yes, Comrade Chris, this is a remnant of what we've seen throughout the course of this struggle. I think it was Bob Marley who said, hypocrites and parasites, people who in front of you, they act like your friends, and then behind they try to kill you. He said that in his song, and it represents very true. We have a lot of people who are just out to fill their pockets and to do things that enrich themselves. They don't care about the suffering of the people. They don't care about what is going on in the country, the devastation. They don't care about the lives that have been destroyed, lost. They don't care about those people who are in the bushes, still looking for an opportunity where they might find refuge and come back home. They don't care about the ones that have been displaced to other countries and are surviving through thick and thin. They don't even care about the ones that are internally displaced, that are in different towns around and are struggling to make ends meet. All they care about is how they can position themselves to get more power, to have access to more money that they can steal, and to enrich themselves and their families. And that's why you see in situations like this, people embarrass themselves, because at times when you expect them to say something meaningful, something constructive, they say the opposite, because it's not coming from a place of good intent. It's not coming from a place where it's about the suffering of the people and how to bring that to an end. It's all about how can I enrich myself, how can I position myself to continue to benefit from the status quo. And that is part of the political economy of war. And people have chosen whatever side benefits them, and we have to call it out.
Go on, please. Sorry about that. Go on, please.
No, I was just saying we have to call it out and speak up. These are not folks who are thinking through any sort of a moral arc. These are folks who are thinking strictly because how is this going to benefit me? How is this going to advance my position? And how is this going to ensure that I remain in the status quo position that I am? It's not about Baby Martha. It's not about Sam Sawyer. It's not about Mami Api. It's not about all of the, almost 800,000 children who are not able to go to school and who have not been able to do so over the last 6 years. It's not about all of our fallen heroes, those who have lost their lives to this struggle. It's all about them and their families. And that is a huge obstacle in this fight for freedom.
It is actually what it is, what you have described. Let me get to Comrade Ajua, the Vice Chair of the Restoration Council, to give us his take on what he has seen and heard from this La République du Cameroon politician who wants us to believe he is fighting for Ambazonia, he is fighting for the underprivileged. Chris, please go on.
Yes, thank you, Comrade Chris, for this opportunity. First, I would like to thank all our viewers around the world, especially those on Ground Zero. The hypocrisy is really alarming. First of all, they are not even asking questions like, how did this... They are not even asking questions such as, how did this a problem or crisis? They don't even remember how our people were being slaughtered from.
We're hearing you.
Sorry about that. I was getting coming in that I needed to disconnect from. So the problem that we have, if you want to look back a little bit, let me just touch a few points. If you want to look a little back, we never had any problem when French Cameroon were problems with whom they call terrorists, who many of them were actually freedom fighters, and they had incursions into our territory, from the I believe part of littoral and even the western province into our part of the country. I'm talking about places like Bangam and Tombel, and they killed our people. They killed our people there. So what some of the stuff that they are doing right now, they are simply copying this attitude from the French policy of total destruction, regardless of what, as far as they have to protect, so to speak. their so-called interests. They don't care about life at all. They do not care. They will kill and slaughter and continue to kill just to maintain their so-called interests and to grab whatever they want. Another point that I want to mention before I come to Mbela Moki, Comrade Chris, is this: if you listen to that La République official in Kumba, who was using very, very foul language, you ask yourself, where are these people trained? Where are these people trained? Look at their institutions, whether it's ENAM, it's a RIC, anything that has to do with training of officers. You ask yourself, is that the kind of language that an officer, an official of the government, somebody in that position, should use that kind of foul language, regardless of whatever he's talking about? It don't even make sense. And as you said, if the crowd even cheers, they rather than booing him, they were cheering. They were cheering about what he was saying. Now about Mbela Moki, if he wants to be fair, he wants to speak truth. That is what he thinks he is doing. How many times has he gone to their Senate and brought up the issue about the problem between the former British Southern Cameroons, Ambazonia, and French Cameroon? Let us solve this problem once and for all. Have the guts to bring it up. Not even once. He has never done that. And another point: as long as every life is valuable. Every life is valuable. But because he is a divider, because he is taking the sides of the people that want to divide and conquer, certain truths are very, very clear that he would not mention. I hate to delve into this issue of their divide and conquer thing. That's essentially what they are doing to us. Even when we discuss some of this stuff and want to talk about certain things that we don't want to talk about, is their indirect way of letting us delve into these issues so that we divide ourselves more and more. You see what is. I hate to see even any Ambazonian. It doesn't matter whether they are from the northern zone or the southern zone, suffering because of this war, whether they are being killed, whether they are IDPs, whether they are refugees, or they are prisoners of conscience. I hate to see any of them suffer. But you can even see, because of that, again, this divide and conquer. If you want to look at even the people that are being killed relatively in numbers. Again, this is a very unfortunate topic to talk about. But even La République, they are being very selective in the way they mete out their punishment on people of the Southern Cameroons. You go to the prisons and you look at their prisons proportionately by population and just by proportion, northern zone and southern zone. Who are the majority in the prisons? Who are the majority as far as prisoners of conscience are concerned? Who are they? Who are the people that are being killed the more when it comes to attacking all over the place and killing?
Well, it appears we. Yes, go on. We were interrupted. Go on.
Yeah. So that is what is happening with La République. La République is actually implementing this policy of divide and conquer, even in the manner they mete out their I will call it punishment, or their evil. Their evil in general on our people. They have a technique about how they go about it. Now, in general, even if you want to look at in general, if Mbela Moki is honest with himself, he can ask himself questions such as, what is the Southern Cameroons now compared to what it was in the early 60s? What is it? Do you still have Ombe? the Ombe Technical College? Do you have the natural seaport that ships used to come from all over the world to that natural seaport in Victoria? Do you have the Tico International Airport? When I was little, we used to even walk straight from Tico Town to Likumba to that airport and watch Nigeria Airways and Ghanaian Airways come and land in Tico, to come and land there and take off. I understand that even the former the president of Ghana, Nkrumah, came to Swans and landed at Tico and was received there by our forebears at the time, people like Endele and Dr. Foncha, Dr. Sendele and Dr. Foncha and other Southern Cameroonians. Everything has been destroyed, totally destroyed. Yoke Dam, we don't even have electricity. Electricity used to be so strong from Yoke Dam. In Tico Town, for example, you could in the night you could drop a pin on the ground in the night and bend down and pick it up. I am talking because I did experience it. But where is Yoke Dam? These are just some of the few examples that I am mentioning that this man will never open his mouth and talk about. The only time that it concerns them is when something happens to somebody that is their person. I'm talking like even Ambazonians that is on their side, the people that we call blacklegs and enablers and traitors. When something happens to them, people like Mbela Moki will come out now and start talking. But when it concerns the other people that are actually fighting for our freedom and our independence, if something happens to them, our people in general, they are quiet. They say nothing. They pretend as if they have suddenly had a dementia or memory loss or something like that. This is not acceptable at all. And Ambazonia should be very, very. We are already very wary about this kind of things that are happening. Thank you.
Thank you. You just mentioned Tico Airport, Victoria Seaport, but let us talk about something. Those they have been long gone. They've been long gone. I would like you, Mike Fusi, to talk about something which is very much fresh in our minds. Almost all of FACO land has been grabbed by La République du Cameroon citizens, from their governor to the least official speaking their language in FACO County. Bel-Air has never been known to put out a protest letter to say, hey, our lands have been grabbed. He says nothing. But 5 people are killed, and he's in a different county, not even in what should be his own constituency. He comes out raging. Is it a wrong question to ask him what has happened to FACO lands? If he says he represents the FACO people, what happened to FACO land? What happened to the deep seaport? What happened to Tico? I mean, the deep seaport which has been promised again and again and again and again. I don't know for how long he has been a senator. That has never happened. We have not seen his outrage about any of this. But where he finds people gathered, he goes there for political opportunism to attack the population who are fighting for their rights and peace and justice. Mike, please talk about the land grabs and stuff.
Yes, Comrade Chris, as much as it is infuriating to watch this guy making this noise here, we must understand that people like this are opportunists, people who mediocre servants who know very well that they, first of all, do not deserve to be where they are. First of all, you have to ask yourself, how did he become a senator? When you're able to answer that question, how he became a senator, then you will understand exactly why he is behaving the way he is behaving. He does not deserve to be a senator, so whatever he is doing is to please his masters. As I'll quote Bob Marley again, like Comrade Chaps, who said, you have to emancipate yourself from mental slavery. This guy is very much, he's mentally enslaved. He does not see himself as a free person. Because when we go to school, I don't know, you gain knowledge so you'll be able to understand how the world works. To be able to understand when you are being cheated, when someone is taking advantage of you. But when someone who calls himself a senator comes out and displays this blatant ignorance of the reality and pretending to weep for something that compared to other acts that have occurred in that very territory, within that very region, where he said nothing. He said nothing. You are talking about lands. First of all, let's talk about the killings. Not long ago, we saw Moja, who killed 2 innocent students in broad daylight, displayed their bodies on the street, and committed acts of sacrilege on those dead bodies. We did not hear Belamoki come out to make a statement about it. We did not see any religious leader come out to say anything about it. He's talking about, you are talking about lands. What about the corporations that are found in Fako? Who controls Sonara? Who controls the CDC? Whatever happened to the deep sea port that Paul Biya has promised so many times? John Gute, his own very brother, has been in that region several times to promise that, my papa don't tell me I can't talk, say it will build deep sea port. Did that ever happen? Was that the fault of some body from the northern zone or wherever they want to call it? And by the way, how has the killing of some delegates in Dian got to do with some people who are living far away from there? Was it done by people from far away? These people always want to use this as an excuse to get away from the reality of what they are facing, which is the fact that, as you rightly said, their land has been taken over by La République du Cameroon citizens. They don't have the courage to confront that. So in order to pretend to their people, their constituents, that they are doing something, they have to come out and shed these crocodile tears that have no relevance to the reality on the ground. Things have happened, many things have happened within Fako and Meme that deserved this man who calls himself a senator to come out and make a statement, and he failed to do that. He failed to do that. And there's a saying, I forgot who made the quote, that a slave who fails to fight for his freedom deserves no sympathy. If you are a slave, knowing very well your predicament, and you refuse to fight for your own freedom, you deserve no sympathy from anyone. Nobody needs to. And let me say this. Let me say this on the broader note, because this is what these people have done over and over and over again, and that is how they manage to stay in power. Not that there are any elections, fair elections that will get them out anyway, but that is how they manage to convince a few gullible ones that they are actually doing something for them. They pretend like this. That is the same thing we heard recently, the narration by Archbishop Kia of what happened during their so-called Grand Debate. That those from the southern zone came in and they said they don't want to hear anything about federation. Now, people are giving a lot of credit to or importance to what this story or what Mukete said at the time. But you fail to, what people are failing to understand is that La République du Cameroon, approaching that so-called Grand Debate, were not even sure of those coming there what the people were going to say. But they had already planned everything. They had laid the pathway to what was going to happen during that so-called Grand Debate. And this is what happened, because people are not getting this thing right. Before coming to that so-called Grand Debate, La République did not want anything to do with federation. So they had to put a plan in place to make sure it did not come up and that nothing like that was discussed. First of all, they don't even want a decentralization. And that is why to this day, despite the fact that it has been promised many times, it has never been implemented. Even their own very so-called special status, they have failed to even implement their own special status. Because if you ask today, what has changed in the way the country has been run since running up to the special status gathering and after that? Has anything changed in the way that country is being run? Nothing has changed. So that thing is a failure. Now let me go back to what I was saying. So you see, Mukete came in with an assignment. His assignment was to make sure that nothing will be discussed as federation. In order to make sure that they further completely destroy that possibility, they also hired two other, what I would call actors. They were all actors. Mukete was an actor. The other two from the east and I think from the north were all actors. And they were given this assignment that when you go in there, you Mukete, you will first of all say you don't want anything to do with federation. And then when you say that, then that you want but federation 10 state, not a 2 state. You want but a 10 state federation, not a 2 state. Then the other two who were actors as well will come in and say, but why are you asking us to federate? We have never been a state before. We don't know how to be a state. So if you want a state, you have it for yourself. We are not interested. It was all a game. It was all a script that was written by La Republique and given to these enablers to read during that so-called Grand Debate. I want Ambazonians to understand. This was not something spontaneous that came out of Mukete and the other two actors. It was all a script. They were just playing according to the script that was handed to them by La Republique du Cameroon. And they effectively put an end to that, to anything that was going to be discussed on federation. So this, when you see Mbela Moki doing what he is doing here, it is a continuation of the same destruction, making sure that you divide the people, put this. They have played this game over and over, and they have gotten the rewards from it so many times that they keep going to it like some medicine bag that you have used before and it worked. And each time you have a problem, you still go there and shake it and say, but you used to work before, but let me try it again this time and see if it's going to work. They keep going to this medicine bag, but they fail to understand that Ambazonians have since moved on from this nonsense. You can try your divide and rule as many times as you want, but Ambazonians are not buying it anymore. We are not buying it anymore. But Amuki can try it as much as he wants. It's a complete waste of time. Let him go and remove all of the Beti, the Bulus who have bought over all of their lands and are controlling it. The governor is from there. The DOs are from there. All of the important positions, the heads of corporations are from there. Sonara is there. They don't even know where the funds, the proceeds are going. The taxes are not even paid to them. And he is such a coward that he can't say anything about it. But this is when he has the voice to speak. This is when he has the voice to speak. Come and talk about now West Southwest. What an idiot. So that's all I have to say about this this brain dead man.
All right. When we come back there, let me get to Comrade Sheps out there. I think Mike mentioned a point which is very relevant. I don't know whether you heard him, but he said there is this guy in Boya they call Moja. That guy has killed or slaughtered much more than 5 people by himself. He wears the uniform of the Cameroon army and he uses that to kill our people. Mbela Moki has never come out to condemn the barbaricness of what Moja does. That 5 people are killed in India and he jumps to it. He leaves the criminal in his backyard. and goes for what you call separatists in another body's backyard. I mean, go on, please. I just lack words to describe what this guy is trying to do and who he is.
Yeah, Comrade Chris, thank you. And again, that points to what we're talking about. These are folks who have no moral compass at all. And that's why you see the selective, hypocritical, what is going to benefit me attitude. You know, the whole point of this outing was because what does he stand to gain? You know, if he criticizes Moja, who's also a criminal in his own right, in the things that he has done, in destroying people's dignity, killing people, harassing women, young men who are just there for education, trying to make ends meet, and just being a pompous prick, really, to the community. That's what Moja is, trying to seek attention by being what he is not, without the support of or the backing of the institution of the B that he once was a member of. That is where this power is derived from. And if somebody like Mr. Moki would not even speak up on that, but yet he wants to go talk about all these other things that are happening, again, it just demonstrative of somebody who's not really forthright, doesn't have the moral compass. It's not really about the humanity of the people whose lives were lost, but it's all about how can I position and benefit myself, how can I set myself up to be continuing to benefit from the status quo. And that's what we see, and it's very unfortunate. And these are the kinds of things that we need to call out, and we need to let our people be on alert so that they are not misled or misguided by these kinds of personalities and their manipulations, and that our people stay focused on knowing who really cares about their dignity, who really cares about their humanity, who really cares about the issues that they care about, not just people who speak because it is something that might benefit their own interest.
Thank you for that, Mike. We will take a brief break out. I will be right back in 50. Right. Thanks for staying put in there, ladies and gentlemen. Now I take you to the second subject of the day that has to do with a meeting which is being called in Canada. You all, I guess, out there must have seen the flyer making the rounds in the social media inviting Ambazonians to sign up for a certain conference coming up in Canada. Of course, we here at the interim government are very much aware of that conference, and I come to you to explain to you why we are not going to participate or take part in that conference, and why other groups in Ambazonia are not participating in that conference. Now, I want to believe that many of you have seen, again, the promotion out there in the flyer that looks like what you find on your screen. Southern Cameroon's People's Conference. Southern Cameroon's People Conference, they call it. Now, I've received quite a number of messages from Ground Zero saying, oh, we should all, come together and work together, agree, attend this conference and build something great, build unity out of it. The problem that Ground Zero has is that they find stuff like this on the social media and they are not questioning who is behind it. Who is behind it? Many people do not know, because anything and everything Ambazonia conference, Ambazonia unity, Ambazonia collaboration, anything goes, because people are actually desperate for anything that brings people together. They say that in everything the foundation matters a lot. The foundation matters a lot, and we apply that to the case of this conference. Now, I'm sure that some of you have received flyers with about 26 groups 26 groups listed as the groups which are behind this conference in Canada. Now, I'd like you to know that some of those groups actually exist and are registered in Yaoundé, in La République du Cameroon. That is number one thing that we take note of. Some of the groups, now I didn't say all of the groups, I have said some of the groups that are calling for this conference, they are registered in Yaoundé, and they are by no means interested in a free and independent Ambazonia. Now let us understand this. We are in this battle. We are at war. Not because we want the form of state to change in La République du Cameroon. The form of state is what type of government? Is it a centralized government? Is it a federal government? A confederal government? Whatever that you want to exist within the existing structure. That is not what we have been fighting for 7 years. We are fighting for the restoration of the Southern Cameroons as existed prior to 1961. And so, any groups with the agenda of having a confederated Cameroon or a unity Cameroon or a federal Cameroon, they have missed the target, and there is no way any genuine independentists can sit on any table where federalists and centralists, unionists have to control the agenda. That is the second problem with this conference that you hear about in Canada. Now, the third problem is the people, the group that is behind this conference. I'm sure many of you have heard of the group called the CDN, Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations. Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations. We have had to deal with the CDN for almost the beginning of this struggle, ladies and gentlemen. We've had meetings from this interim government, and I personally represented this interim government, not just today, even back then. I personally represented this interim government in discussions, in a kind of a discovery process to knowing what or who the CDN is. I sat in about 2 or 3 of those meetings with them. And I wasn't alone. I wasn't alone. Arising from each of those meetings, we decided there is no way we can collaborate with the CDN. The CDN has also had opportunity to sit down before the Restoration Council to take questions and to answer them from members of the Restoration Council. And if you ask the members of the Restoration Council, according to their report, they see something fishy, sneaky about what the CDN is trying to do. Now, recently, you heard about Ground Zero Command. You heard about the APLC. And we, after listening to the APLC in the meeting, they called to talk with us, with yours truly, sitting in that meeting with other cabinet members. We resolved that we, at the interim government, will have nothing, zero, to do with the APLC. And our suspicions turned out to be correct. Guess who was behind the APLC? Now, today, they kind of died a natural death after making all those rounds of meetings they were making. They kind of died a natural death. So you heard about the APLC, Ground Zero Command. They came to us in the meeting and said, the diaspora has failed. The diaspora has eaten all the money. Going forward, Ground Zero, we on Ground Zero, we the APLC, we are going to take over the management of the struggle. And we on Ground Zero, the APLC, going forward, we have to appoint who represents us in the diaspora and who does diplomacy in the diaspora. So after listening to them, we cannot figure out there was something not right in what they were trying to do. Come to find out, fellow Ambazonians, the CDN was the major group behind the APLC. I'm not ending there. Fast forward. We have generals, Ambazonian generals, some in Canada, some on ground one and elsewhere that I do not know, who have been sponsored with money from the Prime Minister's office in Yaoundé, sponsored with money through the CDN, and they took them out of ground zero, took them to ground one. Some went even to Canada. Some went to Canada for so-called conferences brought there by the CDN. These ones, they have never returned to the battlefield. Now, CDN has said time and again that they are neutral. It's a neutral organization. They are not for Ambazonia. They are not for La République du Cameroun. And we said, yes, that is okay. You are a neutral organization. But after having a second thought about it, we ask ourselves, how is it possible that indigenous Southern Cameroonians, Ambazonians, whose people are being slaughtered on a daily basis, can come out and tell us they are neutral in a situation like this one? And they want us to know they're fighting for us. Now the CDN comes to us, they hold meetings with us, with all these different groups. They kind of sample what we represent. They go back to La République du Cameroun, inform them about what is going on, and they never have to come back to us to tell us what they are discussing with La République du Cameroun. Leaders of the CDN, they can walk over to Cameroon, they can fly over to Cameroon, do business and return to Europe or the USA, and they have no problem. Now I'd like you to ask yourself, can Chris Anu, can Cho Ayaba, can any leader in this struggle set foot on ground zero and return to Europe or return to America unarrested or killed if they have their means? I went to merely Nigeria, Calabar, last October, and the moment they found out that Chris Anu was in Calabar, a flying boat was waiting for me in the creeks for them to pick me up, drop me in the flying boat, and carry to Cameroon and kill in the high seas. Talk less of going into that country. I'm sure many of you know this. We went to Calabar last October to visit our refugees, and information filtered out to the Cameroon consulate in Calabar that Chris Anu and a delegation were in Calabar. They contacted the Nigerian military, whether they contacted them or they bribed them, whatever the case. And so they brought in a ferry into the creeks of the river in Calabar. They were hoping that they picked me up like they picked up Sisiko and the others, drop in that boat and fly me over to the high seas and either kill me there or take me to Yaoundé. Of course, they couldn't take me to, I believe they laid hands on me. They would have killed me, because taking me to Yaoundé, you cannot arrest an American citizen, take to Yaoundé and imprison there. So they were certainly going to kill me in the high seas before anybody knew it. But this is the point. You and I cannot dare set foot on Cameroon. But the leaders of the CDN, they can go to Cameroon and come back. As I speak to you, I think one of them only recently returned from Cameroon in a matter of maybe weeks or a month ago. These are the people who are summoning the conference in Canada. I have explained this before, that when CDN organized a public polling on the subject of independence and federation, the overwhelming result was Ambazonians won their own country per their own report. Per their own testimony. But in the official report that CDN put out for consumption, they stated that Ambazonians won greater autonomy. Ambazonians won greater autonomy. Now, what do they mean But greater autonomy. Greater autonomy means living together with La République du Cameroon and having some privileges, like in special status, like in special status where they give you the House of Chiefs, they give you the regional councils, and then your roads and your airports are allowed to rot out. That is what the CDN said they want. But that is not all. The most important of all is that, ladies and gentlemen, what I perceive in the conference they are calling in Canada, it is meant, being that they work closely with the Prime Minister office. The CDN works very closely with the Prime John Ngute's office. Being that they work very closely, this is what I perceive. This is what I perceive. The CDN is out to gather all the groups. If they can bring the interim government, bring AGOVC, bring APLM, bring every group together as they had hoped from the beginning it will be, they will then go back to La République du Cameroon and sneakily let them know they finally brought all Ambazonian groups together. They finally brought all Ambazonian groups together. And comrades, you know some of these our people, how money hungry they can be. You know them. We have groups who are made up of figureheads. But they are members of this big group, Southern Cameroon's People's Conference, to make it look big. Groups that have figureheads as leaders. Now, you take 20 or 26 groups into a conference where La République du Cameroon is interested. You heard Capo Daniel demanding 500 million francs from Cameroon. And they actually confessed to paying him the 500 million, and they were demanding for the job to be done. You take 500 million to one group. So Cameroon finds out that CDN is able to bring all these groups together. And they send out billions to be shared among those groups. And then they go in there in that conference and say, let us pursue a federation, a federal system with the influence of Cameroon, of course, input of Cameroon. Because the idea is go to Canada in this conference, bind together, let Cameroon know you are all agree and standing on one position, and then get back to the Canadians. Let them resume the conference. At that moment, Cameroon will say they are ready to attain the Canadian peace process. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope somebody is getting me. This is what the CDN is trying to do. Get the groups together. Let Cameroon know the groups are all together now. They will then get back to Canada and tell Canada, we are ready for, Cameroon is ready to come back to the table. They will then summon the Canadian process. Cameroon will come on the table and say, you know what? I can offer you people a federation. And then, what will these groups do? The groups will say, okay, let's put it to vote among us. Let's put it to vote. And then they put it to vote. Guess what happens? With money from La République du Cameroon in their pockets, the overwhelming majority of these groups who are just out to position themselves for money, they will take the money and dump Ambazonia. They will take the money and dump Ambazonia. This is the reason we are not party to this conference in Canada. Now you will realize, when you look at the list, the groups that are mentioned as attending that conference, the CDN is not listed there. They are very sneaky, very, very sneaky. the groups attending the Canadian conference, you will not see the CDN listed anywhere. But ladies and gentlemen, it is the machine that is behind it. We attended a meeting at the Hudson Institute only a few months ago. The CDN was there. Remember the meeting we came out and declared for a referendum in Ambazonia? The CDN was at that meeting. In fact, they are in every meeting. They are there to spy. Spy what we say, spy who is saying what, spy what we do. They were there in that meeting. They have placed their legs everywhere around the place in the guise of diplomacy. So they were there at the Hudson Institute meeting. But when it came to signing the final communique that stated that Ambazonians won a referendum to decide their fate, CDN walked out. They told us that they would prefer to be listed as observers. They would prefer to be listed as observers. They didn't want to sign on to the document that says Ambazonians won a referendum for themselves, but they carefully, when that came up, when they came to signing the paper, even though they endorsed the idea in the meeting, ladies and gentlemen, listen to me carefully. The CDN endorsed the idea of a referendum in the meeting at the Hudson Institute. But when it came to signing the document to put it out to the Ambazonian people, they craftily said, they would prefer to be listed as observers, being that observers cannot be listed as signatories to the document. They carefully walked away from it because they do not want to be seen in Larabaplay Cameroon as being part of the group, ladies and gentlemen, that is advocating for a referendum. It will look like they are beating the finger that is feeding them. So they carefully pull out and say, well, we would prefer to stay out than to be listed as signatures to the referendum document. That is the CDN. That is the CDN. So that explains to you why, even in this conference, the money is coming from CDN, the legwork is coming from CDN. CDN is organizing all the backdoor meetings, but their name isn't listed there as the organizers, of this meeting. They are the people paying the fares to Canada. In fact, it will surprise you. CDN is inviting people from ground zero. They are inviting fighters from ground zero to go to Canada. The question is, what are they going there to do? When you have their representatives in the diaspora. But what the CDN is trying to tell the international community is that at this conference, you see every shade of opinion in Ambazonia was represented, including the fighters on ground zero. Their leaders flew in from ground zero. That is the collective message that the CDN want to pass to the international community, to the Canadians. And of course, Cameroon is behind this. Cameroon is paying the bills. Cameroon is paying the bills for what the CDN is doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, knowing what we know, we here at the interim government have said we are not going to be a part of your conference because we are not going to legitimize. We will not legitimize what we know is a plot to bundle all of us and hand over to La République du Cameroon. We have refused not to be part of it. But we have made suggestions before this dear thing. We made suggestions. They invited yours truly into one of their early meetings. And I said to them, listen, you want to hold a conference that has to do with the Canadian process? What we should be doing is bringing all the major leaders into a meeting. Let us put the agenda on the table. All of us. The major leaders, somebody. Not every Tom and Dick out there going for a leader, but the major leaders and major stakeholders. Bring them together. Because I will not go waste my time sitting in the meeting with somebody who has no one person he can speak to or he leads, but he calls himself a leader. Who are you leading? Who do you lead? So, but we suggested that the major leaders, and if you look at this struggle, there are not more than 6. There are not more than 6 major leaders in this struggle. The rest, they're just positioning themselves, trying to grandstand for what they hope is future Ambazonia. Positioning. So we suggested that they should call the major leaders. The major leaders come together. We discuss on going forward in the Canadian peace process, so that we all own the agenda. No one group should be seen as trying to manipulate what we take to Canada. I suggested that we should come together, every one of us, every group, every leader, let's put the agenda, our suggestions on the table. We'll discuss it, refine it, come out with a single working document that should take us into any peace process in Canada. And everybody in that meeting said, oh yes, that is the way it should be. That is the idea. That is what it should be. A second meeting will take place. We waited and waited. A second meeting, no, a third meeting took place. Of course, they were having meetings at the back, and they will not consult the interim government because they know the interim government understands their agenda. We will not endorse anything that will not secure us a free and independent Southern Cameroons, Ambazonia. So please, when you hear the idea of a conference, be careful what you endorse or what you want to endorse. Be very careful with that. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you hear about the Canadian conference, know that it's a ploy. This conference is being put together with money from the Prime Minister's office in Yaoundé. And I bet you we will never be part of it. And every independent, loving Ambazonian should stay out of it. Stop being hungry. Stop just positioning yourself because you are hoping for a position in La République du Cameroon federal system tomorrow. Stop that. This struggle is about a free and independent Ambazonia, and anything that gives us something short of it, we will run away from it. And we will do everything to shut it down. Let every Ambazonian take note of this. But I am being joined, ladies and gentlemen, of course, by Comrade Mark Chess, who happens to represent the Republic of Ambazonia, which is another organization out there, and he has been following this development. He has been in meetings. In fact, he approached me initially to join the meeting in which I made the suggestion I just told you. He was there. Comrade Mark, if I'm lying, you will correct the people. Tell us what you have learned along the way. You came to me from this organization organizing the Canadian conference. You were sent by the organizer to see if the interim government can be part of the conference. I came into a meeting and I suggested exactly what I have said here. Let's forget about bringing 26 people together. Bring the major groups and the major stakeholders together. Let us sit down and define what we want to take to the Canadian peace process. You were in that meeting. They said, yes, great idea. Let's take it to the next meeting. The next meeting and the next meeting and the next meeting. The interim government was never brought back in, and before we knew it, they started pulling apart. I learned that Comrade Ayaba is no longer part of it. Akwanga is not. They all pull out of it. But the CDN is going forward with this conference. Tell us what you know about this conference, sir.
Thank you, Comrade Chris. Just right off the bat, can you hear me? Yes. Let me just restate a few things just so that we have the record straight. So I don't represent the ROA, Republic of Ambazonia, because ROA, I don't represent ROA. I'm a member of a group called the Republic of Ambazonia Nationals, which is a part of Team Ambazonia. So I often say in these spaces that, I am a member of Team Ambazonia. So hopefully that clarifies it, and the ROA people don't get after me saying I represent them. Number two is that this conference that you've talked about, and you've laid a good foundation for it, the Southern Cameroon's People's Conference. I want Ambazonians to be very careful, to be very cautious, and to be very vigilant, because we are at a point in our struggle where there is a lot of people trying to mislead people, they're trying to misguide people, and they're basically just trying to rob you of the truth with falsity and with niceties that don't actually represent what we represent as restorationists, what we represent as the core of this struggle. So this meeting being called upon, there are two things that I want you to make observations about this meeting. One is that it is being represented as if this meeting has something to do with the Canadian process that happened last year. This meeting has absolutely nothing to do with that Canadian process. So the fact
when I mentioned that it was my connection, I was trying to connect the conference to the Canadian peace process as a way they are trying to bring Cameroon to the table. Go on.
No, Comrade Chris, you were in order. I'm going to actually clarify it for our people to understand what I'm saying. Right. You were in order. What I'm not talking about your representation of the conference. I'm talking about the SCPC organizers' representation of the conference. So let me break it down, because Comrade Chris went through a lot. So I have to unpack some of these things, and subsequently in conversations we will unpack them. Now, here's the first thing I want people to think about. If you go to the SCPC website and you start looking at some of the media and pictures that are there, one of the very key ones you will note is the joint communication that was signed by the AGOFC, the IGCare, Team Ambazonia, with respect to the talks, the pre-talks that occurred in Canada. So why would that media be available on the website of the Southern Cameroon's People's Conference? They haven't consulted necessarily with Team Ambazonia, who had initially pulled out of the AAC, as it was called back then, when we were hoping to put together a conference like this. Dr. Zakwanga, as you rightly said, of the APLM, are not part of this conference. As you pointed out also, the AGOFC is not part of this organizing of this conference. So why take a communique that was about something else and use it as a buffer for this conference? But it's not just a problem of using that communique, because we understand that in our struggle, we've used different medias for different things to promote things and all of that. So I want people to understand that what Comrade Chris and what I and other panelists are discussing here, we're not out to kind of attack somebody or to denigrate somebody. What we are out here to do is to put the facts on the table and make sure that Ambazonians see through the misleading, the misguidance, and the deceit that is out there. So back to this particular media. Why would any group take that media, put it out as a promotion tool for some initiative that they are doing, when they know fully well that some of the signatories of that media are not part of that initiative, or neither have they endorsed that initiative, or primarily, we're not even consulted about the evolution of this initiative. And that is in fact where people are being misguided and misled to think that the Southern Cameroon's People's Conference has a direct link to the pre-talks that happened in Canada, because you are seeing media communications that came out of those pre-talks being used by the organizers. Meanwhile, some, and I would say most of the people who are represented on those media do not support this particular initiative. So that's one, and that's the local part of it. Now let's go to the international side of it. The other fact of this is that any reasonable person who understood what happened in Canada with respect to what was called the pre-talks would understand that as far as Cameroon came out and disclaimed that they did not give any right for Canada to pursue this initiative, and when the Canadian foreign minister came back with a rebuttal, Cameroon has never returned. They've been very silent on it. Now, what does that tell you? That tells you that things remain in flux. You know, things remain as they were, in a standstill, frozen in time from when Canada announced that this was the purpose of what occurred, and Cameroon came out and said, oh, we didn't support this or didn't authorize this. And the Canadian foreign minister came back and rebutted and said, no, in fact, these are the facts. And Cameroon has never come back. So that means there is a certain state of affairs that is currently frozen in time. You can call it a stalemate or whatsoever with respect to that. So now back to this initiative. Why would you, if you really care about the suffering of our people, if you really want to work towards collaboration, towards this unified common strategy, towards bringing people together to work together towards putting forward a vision for Ambazonia that we've all articulated and we all clamor for, why would you want to put the people who have put themselves out there as the facilitator, mediator, at a position of risk of getting, whether you agree or disagree with that process, that's not what I'm talking about. But why would you want to endanger that process if you think that something good could have come out of that process? And that's exactly what these folks are doing, because Canada has not given them consent to hold this conference in Canada. And in the most cases, people who are resident in the country can get together and put together a conference. There's no problem with that. But the problem is when you know what the stakes are, that the stakes are this high, and that you've seen the recalcitrance of the Cameroon government with respect to even Canada making a representation that they were given a mandate to do X, Y, Z, and here's what they did. And that report was put out in December of last year. And you saw the recalcitrance of the Cameroon government coming to dismiss it. And then when Canada rebutted them with facts, they stayed quiet. So why on earth would you want to come and put a conference in Canada, which then questions the impartiality, which then questions a sense of fairness of Canada, if at all they have to play a role as a facilitator or a mediator between the people of Ambazonia and the people of La République du Cameroon? So that is the second question I want us to raise. So
but
when
comrade, let me chip in something. Let me chip in something about that idea of playing the facilitator between the people of Ambazonia and the people of the Southern Cameroon. The CDN will always come into meetings of groups like the ones we are referring to and tell us or tell people what they want to do, what should be done. They have never, for once, returned in there to say, this is what we heard from the other side, this is what they are thinking. Yeah, they are this mediator, coalition for dialogue and negotiation, and they are neutral. They listen to us, take it to La République. They listen to La République. We never know what they discuss with La République.
So, thank you, Comrade Chris. That actually brings me to my second point. I just wanted to clarify that so people knew where Canada stood in this. Canada is by no way endorsing this Southern Cameroon's People's Conference that is happening in Canada. And people should go out and find out more information about where Canada stands on that so that they are aware. But with respect to the CDN, with what you've said, and I want to break this down for our people to understand. Here's the problem. In conflict management, we have people we have a problem, and we have a process. Those are the 3 P's if you want to solve a problem. So in our scenario, we know who the people are, we know what the problem is. Our problem has been set, as our people put it, that we need to come together, we need to forge common strategy, we need to have a unified front so that we can represent the best of ourselves in the international and in the domestic domain. And there is a process to make that happen. And here is where the fundamental problem lies with the CDN. The CDN are putting themselves out as a conflict actor. So, for example, they are carrying themselves like the IG or the APLM or the AGOVC, predominantly construing themselves as an Ambazonian conflict actor. And then at the same time, they are also putting themselves out as an independent third party. So they say that, look, we are an NGO, we are experienced in technical matters with, related to conflict resolution, so we can come in and we can play a neutral role as a facilitator among the Ambazonian groups. We can also do some things around capacity building and things like that. So they almost equate themselves to other international NGO who have been doing this work.
International mediators.
Like the HDs, the U.S. Institute for Peace, the Center for Peace and Conflict Studies, and you name them. So there in itself, that lies the fundamental problem. Because when you come to the Ambazonians, you're telling them that, listen, we are Ambazonians, we are like you, we have the same interests, we are conflict actor, let's do this together, let's form this, governing structures and bodies and do the work. But then when Ambazonians want to embrace that and try to see how we can define roles and work collectively, you then say, oh no, wait a minute. I am a technical partner. I am a not-for-profit independent. I'm kind of neutral. Let me be the facilitator between you people so that you can solve these internal problems. But you're also part of the problem at CDN. So that creates a lot of confusion, and that has been the confusion from the very beginning.
And that is exactly what they did at the Hudson Institute meeting in Washington, D.C. They come in as an Ambazonian group. And then at the end of the day, a decision is taken and a document has to be signed. And they pulled back and said, we came in as observers. And everybody is like, we came in as observers. The observers were clearly listed in the list of those invited. Timo Nash was an observer. The guys from the Swiss embassy, from the Congress, from the Senate, I think State Department, they were all observers. But the CDN wasn't listed as observers. How did it become observers only at the end of the meeting? In fact, it will surprise you to know that when the idea of the referendum was suggested, CDN was the one that picked it up and said, yes, let's run with it. And right at the end of the meeting, it was CDN who said, let's come together, let's form a forum before we leave this place to pursue this idea. I mean, these are revelations many people have not heard. But it will surprise you that that forum was set up to come up with this statement. The moment the statement comes up and they are listed as participants, they say no, they should have been listed as observers. Observers. Because they do not want a lot of public to know that they were part of that arrangement. I believe. That's just my opinion. Go on, please.
Comrade Chris, let me just throw something in there to elucidate the point that you're making. This is very important for our people to understand. This is not some baseless criticisms that we are raising. Every actor within the Ambazonia sphere, does good. They intend to do good. Some end up not doing good, doing more harm to our people. But for the most part, the majority of groups, even though they have shortcomings, strive, and the intent is to do good for our cause and our people, and that's what they do. And where they make mistakes, we try to rein them in and make sure that people can learn. But here's the fundamental problem. Let's ask this question. Comrade Chris, who are you accountable to as the leader of the interim government? You are accountable to Ambazonians. if you ask Dr. Akwanga as the leader of APLM Sokadef, he will tell you he's accountable to Ambazonians. If you ask any leader, as you were talking about, even us ordinary Ambazonians who are just activists, freedom fighters, are doing our own roles, we are accountable to the Ambazonian people, to the people back home about the actions that we are taking. Now, we have several not-for-profit entities within the struggle. Many are registered, some in the US, some in other places where they operate, they are registered. But their accountability structure differ, and that's the key point. So with the CDN is a 501 not-for-profit organization, which means, for our people to understand, they have a board of directors. They have people that they are accountable to. They have a mission, a vision, and that is what guides the work they do. They are not accountable to the Ambazonian people. They will not come and give you a report about what the activities are doing. They will give a report to their board of directors, and that board serves to determine what the vision and the mission is for this entity.
It perfectly there.
Now,
you hit the nail. You hit the nail right there, and that is why you hear every time people ask the CDN, where is your money coming from? You sponsor people from ground one, from ground zero to Canada. Where is the money coming from? They will never tell you because they are not accountable to you.
And so now, how does that now fit into the problem we're identifying here with respect to them? Because, you know, if we're being frank here, there are many independentist groups, or let me say there are some independentists or restorationists who are working with them. That's the second level of the problem, okay? So you have an NGO that has forged certain relationships with certain independent groups, has created a platform that has a mixture of not-for-profit organizations, political pressure groups, policy groups, and a mix. And some of them are for independence and restoration. Others are a little bit amorphous. You don't know where they stand, perhaps because of their nature and character. If they are NGO policy groups, they don't really need to have a political position with respect to the question. And so you have that kind of a mixture of groups. And then you are coming to work with other Ambazonian political entities who have expressly stated that they have questions about your existence, your character, and your mission and vision. They have stated that they have issues of transparency with respect to your operations. They have issues of accountability. And yet, you do not think that it is prudent to meet with these groups and lay it all on the ground if you are really genuine in your intent, so that they can see and judge for themselves and then forge a relationship, if that be the case, that could actually advance the struggle, which is what you were saying, Comrade Chris, when we attended that meeting, because I was in several of the meetings you were in. And to that extent, if this was an act where these folks wanted to really contribute in a meaningful way to the building of the way forward, then they would come in the space where we have all set. We would all sit down. We will co-create that agenda. The key word here is co-creation.
Correct.
We will co-create the agenda. We would say, okay, you, interim government, within this framework, this is the role you will play. And that role will be clearly defined, so that when it comes to matters of accountability, we will be able to say, but you, interim government, we ask you to play this role that has 3 points. You have satisfied point 1 and 2, but you have not satisfied point 3. What do you need to be able to meet up with that commitment to point 3? That's how you do accountability. But here's the problem with CDN. What happens is, if we do that kind of sit down and try to do that kind of role allocation and co-creation, the problem becomes that CDN is sitting down with groups that it is worked closely with, and who knows the nature of their relationship with that groups. And yet it is saying to the rest of the Ambazonian entities that have distrust and have issues of transparency and accountability with respect to their operation, it is saying, hey, you just wait here. Let me be the impartial arbiter between you and these groups that I'm already working closely with. How can you be an impartial arbiter among Ambazonians when you're already aligned with certain Ambazonian entities? How can you be trusted to be that impartial arbiter? So that's the second level of the conundrum that we have to deal with such an entity. And then finally, just to cement this part, the problem is that, again, they are refusing to sit down with people that can actually tell them the truth about how we move forward if their real intent is about to move forward. Again, that's why you see with the Southern Cameroon's People's Conference, they are sitting in the back and they have had all these people and all these organizations. I don't want to necessarily put the blame on them, but they do share some of the blame, who are now out front being apologists for this entity. They are out front promoting something that they really know and understand in the depth of themselves that they are not in charge when it comes to what matters with the operations of this. And that demonstrates something very bad about our leadership in the Ambazonian struggle. What I've realized, Comrade Chris, is that people don't like to work. People don't like to do the work. And that is why we find some of these things happening. People like to sit and have somebody draft something, write down something and say, hey, yeah, you. And then they just endorse it and they run around and do other things that they think matter. And that is part of the reason why you see groups who say, oh, I don't want to come and sit down. You know, this particular NGO, they are just doing facilitation for us. They are helping us get together and so on and so forth. That is fine. But can we come and sit down and allocate roles and say, here's the role you play? If we sat down and for real, CDM thought that they could contribute meaningfully to this struggle, they would be humble enough to sit down and say, here's where we feel we have an expertise, and we will put together a terms of reference and say, here's your role based on that. That's what we would do with any other Ambazonian. If Secretary Chris came and said, I have competency in information technology, and that's the role I want to play in the struggle, and we have a joint coordinated framework, we would say, okay, Secretary Chris, based on your competency, here's your role, here's the terms of reference, and you will know how we would hold you accountable. But there is none of that. And that is why they are hiding behind groups and trying to act as if those groups are the ones putting out this vision. Meanwhile, it is not the case. And that only causes confusion. So that takes me back to the intent. What is really the intent behind this so-called coalition for dialogue and negotiations? What is actually the mission? What is the mission that they have? And what are they trying to do? Because they are simply causing La Republique to find ways to move away from what they need to be a part of so that we can work towards the resolution of this conflict and get our freedom and dignity for our people.
Well, I think that's a great articulation you laid out there, Comrade Cheps. Let me bring in Honorable Ajua out there, the chair of the Restoration Council, and I bring him on here onto this subject only because the CDN was at the Restoration Council, and when they left the Restoration Council, I think more than half of the Restoration Council was agreed. This is one great Ambazonian organization working to see Ambazonia free. But I think it's only been about a month or so that many of the leaders at the Restoration Council are beginning to question after seeing some of the things that the CDN is doing. And Chairman Ajua has been in the meetings with the CDN. I'd like to hear what you think about this conference they are organizing in Canada. Honorable Ajua.
Yes, thank you, Comrade Chris. I am actually the Vice Chair of the Restoration Council.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Yes, it is true that the CDN, we had a meeting with them, and some of the things that I remember very clearly. As you know, people always say, follow the money. If you follow the money, you follow the tracks of the money, where the source, from the receiver to the source, you will learn a lot of things. When the CDN came to the Restoration Council, one of the questions we asked them was, where do you get the money to run your programs? Who is sponsoring you? They were very, very cagey. They tried to avoid the question about money, how they were being sponsored. You know, essentially they made it sound like because they are an NGO, they were probably just living on what you would call a charity donations. That's how they made it sound. But from seeing that meeting, and as you said, the other meetings also that you mentioned with the Hudson Institute, we are the Restoration Council members, maybe not all, but I would say at least half, are beginning to look at having a second look, analytical look at the CDN, and to me they are appearing to be untrustworthy. They are not straightforward about their activities. So I personally am beginning to think that they are nothing but a front for the French Cameroon government. They are a front for the French Cameroon government. They will not come out to tell you what is going on. Again, because they want to give the impression that they are an NGO, while essentially they are taking information and going to give to French Cameroon. But like you said very correctly, Comrade Chris, you never hear back from them about what is happening with the other side. They never give you an update about what the other side is. They never say anything about what the other side is doing, because it is the other side that they are reporting to. Essentially, it is a front organization created by French Cameroon. It's a front NGO, and there are other front NGOs created by French Cameroon and other organizations that they push in front to go and do their dirty work. That's essentially what the CDN is doing. I'm sure, I don't really know, I can't remember much about their role during the so-called Grand National Dialogue, but I'm sure their members were there. Either again as observers. I don't think they played any role openly, outwardly, but they definitely were. They definitely were there. And you look at that Grand National Dialogue, or referring to the Grand National Dialogue that I'm talking about. If you look at it and you ask yourself, who were the 100% independentists during that conference? This was something this was essentially a French Cameroon a meeting. It was something among themselves. The agenda was drawn by them. All the actors, whatever they had to say, everybody that came there, whether you came in from abroad, you flew in from the diaspora, and you flew out, and they knew, of course, everybody that was coming to come and sing their part of their song, be part of the chorus. They were no 100% independence. If I'm wrong, somebody should tell me who were there openly that talked about total independence for Ambazonia. Who even mentioned the word Southern Cameroon or Ambazonia in that meeting? Openly, clearly, and on television. Do you know any? We don't know any. So the CDN should not deceive. They should not deceive us. Desmond Tutu. The CDN says that they are neutral. Okay, that's even what they told us. They told us at the Restoration Council, and that is what we know out there, that they keep telling people that they are neutral. We know now that they are not neutral. And I'm going to give a quote from the Archbishop Desmond Tutu when he was alive. God bless him. He said that if he made this statement: if you are neutral in a matter of injustice, if you are neutral in a matter of injustice, you have taken the side of the oppressor. That is very clear. Whenever there is injustice and somebody tells you that they are neutral, they have already sided with the oppressor. The CDN has sided with the oppressor. The CDN has sided with French Cameroon. They cannot be trusted. If they organize anything, we should look at it. We should touch it with a 10-foot pole. Nobody should even go near it, because they will take the information and go and give to French Cameroon. That's all they are doing. They are just a middle, call it a middleman or a person for French Cameroon on all these matters. They are just in between, going back and forth, taking information from one side and giving to the other, but you never hear anything from the other side. That's what I would like to say at this point. Thank you, Comrade Chris, and I want to thank Comrade Chefs and Comrade Fusi for the great ideas you have brought on all the topics we are discussing, the in-depth view of the various topics. Thank you. We can continue. Thanks.
Thank you. Mike, let me come to you, because I know you have been in the middle of some other meetings going on to fight for for collaboration among all the Ambazonian groups. What role is the CDN, if at all, are they playing in that group?
Comrade Chris, again, thanks for giving me the chance to speak again. Before I say what I have to say in response to your question, I want Ambazonians to first of all understand that we all want to be able to come together, put our heads together, and come up with a strategy that will get us out of this mess and give us our free homeland. They should understand that. But the thing is, we have to make sure that whatever meetings we are having, whatever gatherings we are having towards this initiative, is one that will bear the fruits that we all hope for. That is the question here. The problem is the process that is being followed by the CDN looks murky. The intentions don't look pure, and that is what we are questioning. Now, again, to allow you to give a shout out to all of our prisoners who are suffering in the dungeons of La République de Cameroon, especially the Nara 10, Abdul Karim, and the others. Now, let us take a look again at a few of the decisions that have been made by the CDN. As you rightly mentioned, Comrade Chris, we have been coming together. Some of the meetings that you mentioned that you had with the CDN, I was in some of them, and I listened to them, and I asked a few questions as to the process, their commitment, their source of funding, and like the vice chairman also said, the answers that came through were not very convincing. I believe at one of those meetings, I personally asked them, how are you funded? And they told me that they are funded through personal contributions by their members. But I have other information from another source that I don't want to release here that clearly states that their funding is not from their members. Their funding is not from their members. A credible source, another structure, another institution that knows exactly how they operate has revealed that their funding is not from their members. It should be clear. Now, there are a few things that really concern me when it comes to the operations of the CDN. The first is that we have had meetings with the CDN, and we have said we all understand that in most meetings, the agenda of the meeting, or if it's a conference, the modalities of the conference determine the outcome of the conference. If we all believe that we are Ambazonians, if we all believe that we are fighting for the liberation of the Southern Cameroons, why don't we come together and draw up the agenda or the modalities of this conference before this conference is scheduled? The CDN people will say, let's just register. Why don't you just register and then we will discuss? And I said, but why are you trying to put the cart before the horse? How about we come and agree on how this conference will be run before telling people to register? If I'm registering now, I'm registering for what? What am I registering for? What will be the outcome of this conference if it is not determined now before the conference is actually held? But they are just rushing ahead, bringing all these, like you rightly said, they said they have 30-something groups, but you go there to look at the groups. There are very few people there of substance. People there maybe with their family members, they call a group. People who have no influence on the ground, they are called groups, and they're added there. They just want to create a semblance of a coalition when there is actually no coalition there. They have displayed a lot of a lack of sincerity in their intentions, and that has been my concern. As recent as the weekend before last, we had another meeting with them. I would say, why are you really resisting this call to make sure that Ambazonians really come together and are involved in the planning of this conference? Why don't you open the doors? There was you will see members of those who attended that meeting with us. They will say, "Oh, you know, we have a council of leaders, despite the fact that we are trying to facilitate this conference, but there is another council of leaders, and we have to go and consult them whether they will allow for others to come in." And I say, are we really serious here? So for Ambazonians to come together and plan a conference is something that you have to go and ask other people whether that should be allowed. And we say we are planning a conference of all Ambazonians, and it was just, I could not believe what these people were saying. I show that there's something that is being hidden. Their intentions are not clear. And then there's the second thing that really concerned me in their pronouncements was the fact that they are talking about bringing fighters from ground zero to take part in this conference. They are people, managers of our ARFs to come and take part in this conference. They are talking about bringing in all kinds of civil society groups. And I said, but have we vetted these civil society groups and they identify with our objectives of liberating ourselves from La Republica Cameroon? Do they buy into this ideology? Because I know there are many civil society groups who don't want to be part of it. So have you vetted these people and they have told you that they buy into this ideology before wanting to bring? Because you can't just bring people together when you are not, you don't have the same idea or the same sense of direction as to where you want to go in this struggle. We have to make sure that if we're coming together, we are all in agreement about the objectives that we want to get out of this conference. And then what is most baffling is the fact that you are bringing in people from ground zero. You expect these people to get papers from ground zero. How are they going to get the papers to come out here and attend a conference? And when they come out, what will be their explanation? That where did they go? And you expect them to go back again and carry out and continue with whatever activities they were executing on the ground. So my concern here is these people, I think they are trying to decommission some of our fighting groups on the ground. They are trying to decommission them. They are trying to make sure that they bring them out here and decommission them so they won't be able to go back and fight and effectively kill the resistance. And that was the second thing that really concerned me very seriously in what they were trying to say. And because I asked them in that meeting, why are you bringing people from ground zero to take part in this meeting? How critical is it that they must be physically present during the conference?
That is not, comrade, that's not even the question. Again, in this meeting, I think Chaps laid it out very succinctly. The point is about why are you not trying to, if you are this neutral body, there is this middle person who is out to mediate between parties. How come you are so bent on putting together a conference that keep out the main actors?
Yes, and that is the other point. That is the other point, because they are so reluctant to bring in certain actors in this struggle. They want to bring in people they can easily influence. If you are someone they cannot influence, they don't want you in there. But they go out there and they pretend and say, "Oh, we want all of us to come together." But they say, "Okay, but why don't we sit down and plan together?" No, just come in. Just come in. Come into where?
Right.
Where are we going?
Right. But Chaps, Max, I see you nodding your head there. Go on, please.
Yes. So just to bring our viewers to see the bigger picture as we're discussing, we're not laying this out because we have some animus against this particular actor, but as vanguards of the struggle, it is our duty to lay it out so people see, so that when we're contrasting this with the things that are positive and constructive for the struggle, people should be able to see. I think one of the things that's unfortunate in the struggle is that we've come to a point where, sometimes we just blame each other and we don't see. Criticism is necessary. It's a necessary ingredient for proper construction. But you cannot criticize and forget the construction and forget the building. And so, to that end, that is why, and Comrade Chris has laid this out in his opener, and last week I was here with Comrade Mike on his show, and we spoke a little bit about this. We have come up with an approach that was meant to be open to all Ambazonian stakeholders and entities who have the pure intention to working towards our restoration, and particularly for our suffering people on the ground. So there was an initiative as a result of the fact that there were many competing conferences coming out of the pre-talks in Canada and up into early of this year. There were many competing conferences being placed. People reached out and said to some of the international partners, can you facilitate among the Ambazonian groups who are trying to put up these conferences so that they can work towards a common conference or a series of conferences to address all the issues that need to be addressed. And as part of those deliberations, the international partners agreed and said, yes, we can do this stuff. This is what we do. To that end, all the groups were invited to be a part of these meetings. It was a series of meetings, first beginning with meetings online virtually, and then culminated into a workshop, which was supposed to be the workshop where we met and designed the formula, what Comrade Mike Fusi was talking about, the modalities for how we would work together collaboratively. And so in the course of these meetings, a number of groups refused to participate in these meetings. And guess what? A majority of those groups who refuse to participate are all the groups that are aligned and working very closely with the CDN, including the CDN was invited, Ambazonians. Let me tell you this. So that is why I say we are not here just throwing out criticism. We criticize, but we see the value in building together and co-creating. So in this meeting, we said that let everybody be invited, including the CDN. We have all these disagreements. We have very strong criticisms about their approach and initiatives, but we said it is important for them to be there so that if they have anything to offer in a genuine, constructive manner, let Ambazonians be able to see it, be able to assess it, and going back again to what I said, let us define a role. Sometimes an actor might be recalcitrant, not because they are just recalcitrant, but because they are not operating in the role and space in which they are best able to operate. And so that was the purpose for this design meeting, was that we were going to collaborate, set the modalities, and define roles. They refused to come. And so as a result, all of the other groups who stayed put, who met and continued to work, decided that it was important to not just have a conference where we tell Ambazonians, let's come and meet and do these things, because we've been doing that since 2017. And every time we do that, we end up with some faction of Ambazonians refusing to adhere to any resolutions that came out of that conference, which puts us in the same spot. So what did we say was the best approach in that conversation? It wasn't one person's idea. It was an idea that organically came out of the scenario training and workshops that were happening and the engagement between Ambazonians. they decided that they needed to consult with the people. Let us organize consultations. Let us hear from communities. Let us hear from individuals. Let us hear from leaders. Let us hear from groups. Let us hear from our people on the ground. How can we formulate this coming together in a way that really matters meaningfully and has an impact on your lives? And that is how all of the groups, including the groups that I belong to, the groups that Secretary Chris belongs to, that Mike belongs to, and all other Ambazonians elsewhere, including some individual Ambazonians who have certain competencies, they were part of this meeting. And that is how this consultation is coming about. And that is why, if you have heard about people talking about there is a consultation, that is what we mean. We want to hear from Ambazonians. But these same folks who are doing the SCPC, they refuse to participate in that. And now, what they are doing is doing something very irresponsible. I have seen recently in their new communication materials, they are now infusing the idea of a consultation. Now, you tell me, how is that not disruptive? How is that not coming from a place of malicious intent? Because they were invited to be at the outset when this was being planned, and they refused. And now they are suddenly incorporating subtly within their communication platforms and narratives this idea that they are also consulting, which is meant to distract Ambazonians and turn them away from actually the work that is specifically built and prepared as a consultation, not some makeshift conference that is now turning around and trying to use a tool of consultation to ferment their already planned out intent in the form of a conference. So Ambazonians ought to be very vigilant at this time, because we have a lot of people and a lot of stakeholders that are coming into the struggle to misguide and mislead people, and we are at a very critical place in our struggle right now. We need to bring this to an end, and it will take all of us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Well said. Well said. If I may ask you, Mike, yes, you are saying something there. Mike, your microphone doesn't appear to be on.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, you do consultations leading up to a conference.
Mike, let me just ask this question so you add it to your response there.
Oh, okay.
All these groups that are bonded with the CDN, they know exactly what we know. Why are they hanging behind them? Again, of course, we know that most of these groups have figurehead leaders without any following. What is the wisdom? What are they trying to do? What are they trying to achieve?
Okay, I think the answer is simple there, Comrade Chris. It depends on your motivations. Why are you in this struggle? If you tell me that everyone who carries the Amba flag is in it for the right reasons, I would say no. There are people who are simply there for relevance. There are people who are in there to make a quick buck. We can see what Capodiana, the language that Capodiana is now speaking today. Just a few months ago, you would not have believed that he would turn out to be where he is. So that is the difference. So when you are in this struggle for the wrong reasons, you go anywhere that you will get what you want to get, and that is one of the diseases that some of our people have inherited from La République du Cameroon: insincerity, lies and deceit, and just an incessant quest to get rich, no matter how crooked the method. That is the problem we're dealing with, even in this struggle. So, as I was saying, the thing that I want Ambazonians to remember, to take home, is this. When these people, when you see the CDN now trying to copy this use of the word consultation and to give a semblance of reach out to the community before this conference, that is a lie. It's a blatant lie, because you cannot plan a conference. You already have a date for your conference, and then you say, okay, you're doing consultation. You are supposed to do your consultations first, then plan the conference. You don't plan a conference then start doing consultations, because the consultations now are meaningless. But if they are saying that they are doing consultations, when are the consultations taking place? Who are they contacting? When? To get what? When they already have the plan of action for what they want to get from their so-called conference. So it's just another way of throwing a dark cloth over the eyes of Ambazonians and to deceive them yet again. But we are saying we have been deceived so many times before, and that is why we have to ask the hard questions now. We will not allow these things to go unchallenged. If the CDN turns out tomorrow that their intentions were good, I would rather come out and apologize than accuse them or question them falsely. But I will not stop to question now, because the price will be very high. The price is one that Ambazonians cannot bear anymore, to allow themselves to be deceived and handed over to La Republique yet again, after thousands of our people have been slaughtered. We cannot allow that to happen. If their intentions are pure, let them come out, put their program of the conference, the modalities, let us examine it. If they were even honest enough, they would have said, okay, since you are asking, send copies to the major actors of this struggle and say, these are our modalities. You read through and see if you agree with them or not. If there's something you want us to change, let us know. They have not done it. They have not done it. They are hiding these things and they want people to just come and register. Register for what? So that is a concern that people have, and I think it's just to ask these hard questions now. If we don't do it, we'll be making another mistake. Just like we were bamboozled in Fumban, we'll allow ourselves again to be deceived. We cannot allow that to happen.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Mike. VC, as well, if you have a word, just use 1 minute, make your last point on this subject. Let's move on and open the phone lines.
Yes. The comment that I would like to make, maybe I can go back to the Senator Mbelamoki, and just say that what Ambazonia should understand, the population should understand, that charade which happened in Victoria, the southern zone, that charade was just his way of telling French Cameroon that see what I'm doing here, I'm fighting for you. That's what all that he was doing. He was just posturing for his own benefit, for his own stomach, giving people the impression that he cares. He doesn't care. He was just doing that for his position. Not only in that, they are a fake Senate as a non-representative of the Southern Cameroons. He does not represent the Southern Cameroons, does not represent Ambazonia. He represents himself and the interests of French Cameroon, and to a certain extent, the interests of France. So all he was doing, he's just sending a message to Yaoundé that look at what I'm doing. You know, I'm for you. So remember me. And then when he goes to Yaoundé, they give him his part of the cake, or in reality the crumbs of the national cake that drops from the table of the Bulus, the Ewone, the Fang and all those people there in Yaoundé. Thank you. That's something that I'd just like to add to that.
All right, thank you.
And of course, he's not the only one. This goes also for all of them that are out there in the so-called parliament or senate, and originally from the Southern Cameroons, and plus of course many others. Thank you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We cannot end this broadcast without using at least 5 minutes to mention something about what is going on in the Sahel, talking about Niger in particular and ECOWAS. As we came up live, we're receiving information that the coup leaders in Niger have decided they are going to prosecute the overthrown president for treason and high crimes. That is a development that we are getting right now from the news. What do you guys make of this development? You know, in spite of all the pressure, ladies and gentlemen, these guys are standing their ground and they are bent on prosecuting this guy for what they call high treason. Comrade Chef, let me start with you. What is your take on this?
Yes, Comrade Chris, you know, it's a difficult situation, to be very frank. We grew up knowing the ills of coup d'etats and military rule and so on and so forth. And at the turn of our generation, we have seen that in certain places, in spite of the blamage that is put on military regimes, some of them have actually turned out to, you know, be relatively populist in terms of what the people want. And so, given the space and time where we are in our world, with anti-black racism being at a focal point across the West and in Africa, inequality, discrimination, prejudices, bias. There is epic suffering going on across the world in various places, the devastations of war and conflict, and also even down the road of just moral decadence that you see in the world today. So I say all this to say that when you come back to look at what is going on in the Sahel, it's a really difficult one to kind of analyze from the Western lens or from an Afrocentric perspective as to, you know, what the intents are. But for all intents and purposes, it seems that people are standing up to colonialism, to imperialism in all its forms, to brutal lack of treatment of people and respect for their dignity. And this is what perhaps these folks here in Niger represent. And if that is what they believe they represent, then of course it is no surprise that they are going to want to hold accountable you know, whoever they thought was on the side of the oppressors. And so I think this is something that we're going to have to see how it plays out and how far they go with this and what the response is from sort of the West and other onlookers that are watching it closely.
All right, Chairman Mike, please, in 1 minute, what is your take on these developments?
Yes, first of all, I must say that I like what I see. You know, the hypocrisy of the West has been put on full display for all to see. For so long, we have had the situation where things have happened. Leaders have defied their own constitutions and have stayed in power. And these people, especially ECOWAS and the West, did not say anything. Look at the person heading ECOWAS right now, Tinubu of Nigeria. This is a guy who just stole an election in broad daylight. As a matter of fact, he didn't just steal it in broad daylight. He was using a flashlight in broad daylight while stealing the election. And now he has the audacity to tell some other person that he should not take over power. Is a coup d'etat. What he did in Nigeria is a constitutional coup itself. He took over power fraudulently. So when you ask, I think ECOWAS fumbled. Why are these guys emboldened now to be saying what they are saying? Because ECOWAS fumbled when this thing started. They thought that having been urged by the West to step in there and bully these guys to back down, they failed to realize that the world has changed. Africa is no longer the same. We have the youth of today have seen the exploitation of their resources. They have seen the the sellout leaders that they have, and they are fed up. They are fed up. So when ECOWAS fumbled and they threatened these military leaders in Niger, and now they are forced now to eat their words and back up and backstep from where they were trying to go. This has emboldened these guys. These guys know that those guys were they are calling them bluff now. They are now emboldened to even do more. But at the same time, they are saying yes, they are open to negotiations. But the negotiations will now be more on their own terms than the terms of ECOWAS, because you see the social media is going crazy with words of encouragement to these guys and the other states like Burkina Faso, Mali, and the others. They are receiving a lot of encouragement for them to push forward, because people are sick and tired of this nonsense, where you have these corrupt leaders who are there just to encourage each other to stay in power and to continue to allow Western countries to come in and exploit their resources, plunder the resources, while their own citizens are suffering, and they're not doing anything about it. But when they see people like Traore of Burkina Faso, a guy who is so morally upright, saying the right things and doing the right things, and you think you can come in and bully them at this time. And before I end, Comrade Chris, I want to warn the West and the so-called ECOWAS to be very careful. They should be very careful with this situation. This thing can blow up in a way that they least expected. Because previously we have seen other leaders like Thomas Sankara, like Patrice Lumumba, whom I have a picture behind me here. I have both of their pictures here. These are people who stood up for their countries, but they were betrayed and slaughtered. They were slaughtered. I'm warning the international community, the West, and these so-called ECOWAS leaders, be very careful with these guys. Do not dare touch any of them, because things will spiral out of control that you will not be able to handle things again. That is my warning to them. They better be very careful that nothing happens to any of these guys, because they have the popular support of not just their own citizens, but the whole of Africa at this given moment. They should be very careful.
All right, let me get to Honorable Chris as well for his own take on this development. And I'd like you to dwell on the fact that we now also know that South Africa, that Russia has deployed jets, fighters jets in South Africa as early as yesterday. What are they thinking? What are they trying to do? Some people have said they are waiting for ECOWAS intervention, and they want to make sure that the French and the Americans have no say in what happens in the Sahel. Do you see, what is your interpretation of Russia sending these jets into South Africa as if to prepare for any eventuality?
Yes, Comrade Chris, the situation is very fluid. What has happened in West Africa, we can say south of the Sahara, the Sahel, is actually a geopolitical earthquake of a very high magnitude, and I'm sure many countries, Western countries all over the world, China, Russia, other countries like Russia, even in West Africa itself, many of their war rooms are now having 24 by 7 meetings to study what is happening. It is not for a minor reason that you would see Russia move in their strategic bombers to South Africa. They are already, as you already know, they have won the Russians have won the hearts of those countries, Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, and many other countries, and the other countries that are already giving support that have already announced support, like Mauritania, Algeria, many others. That in itself tells you that they are preparing for war. They are preparing for war. The only thing that we have to be very careful here is if things get out of control, if things spiral out of control, just as Comrade Fossey was mentioning, that the whole of Africa could become call it, I don't know, it's the center of a global war. Some people were talking about a global war starting from Ukraine. That global war, Third World War, could actually start in Africa. We have to be these world leaders have to be very, very careful about what is happening. But strategic, what we are seeing, of course, the main loser in this situation is France. France right now is totally broken. The tide or the opinion in Africa is totally against France. They should have seen this coming all the way back decades ago. Decades ago, they should have seen this coming. But the France never cared, because they never cared. They thought they could just go ahead with their plunder, kill and plunder, kill and plunder, kill and take resources. That is their main policy of death, destruction, take away resources. That is all their policy was all about. Everything is coming home, as some people would say, the chickens are coming home to roost. That's what is happening right now, and they are trapped. They are sort of like in a situation now where they are being isolated. They cannot get uranium from Russia. Maybe they can get it by relaxing the sanctions on Russia to get uranium from there or from Kazakhstan. In the case of Niger, let them totally forget it. I hear that the United States, I don't know how far that is true. That needs to be checked. That the United States appointed and they are one of their assistant ambassadors in Nigeria for her to go and represent the United States in Niger. And if that is true, and the U.S. is getting uranium from Niger, maybe France is going to use the back door and still continue to get uranium from Niger, because it's all a matter of resources and their interests. So we will watch and see what is going on. As far as what you said about the president being their former president being tried, Bazoum, nobody should be above the law. But many African leaders who have eternalized power think that they are above the law. They can twist the constitution, they can change the constitution at will and stay in power. As Comrade Fossey said, that is essentially a coup d'etat, constitutional coup d'etat, institutional coup d'etat. Look at it any way you want to look at. All of them, many of them, they have committed that crime of constitutional coup d'etat, where they have the audacity to tell the military people that they don't want a coup d'etat. They are going to go in there and intervene. The important thing here is the people. If you talk about real democracy, the people are for the military people in Niger. They are for the military, and because they are for the military, that is democracy. That is democracy. The democracy that the West has on African countries is not really democracy. It's the democracy of their interest. It's the democracy of their interest, where they put in these stooges and these puppets in power, and they use them to rob the country of their resources, and the people remain poor and destitute for as long as we know. People that don't even have clean drinking water, no electricity. The roads are terrible, no health care, basic stuff like education for children. They have nothing. They have nothing. But these people come and take the wealth, the gold, the diamonds, the oil, the uranium, go and better themselves. take money and go and put in their treasuries, in their own national treasuries, or their federal, they take the Federal Reserve of African countries and go and put it in their own federal banks, and in their own banks over there, their Federal Reserve banks, and make Africans to be nothing but slaves, total slavery. These are the crimes of neocolonialism and imperialism. You know, if you want to look at African leaders that have been killed, have been assassinated, just because they were trying to fight for their people, for their rights, it's shameful what the West has done. But the truth is not hidden forever. They say that you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all the people all the time. The truth is coming out, and I thank God for the social media. Everything that is happening right now, the changes that are happening in Africa, I can assure you, is through social media. Even though some of it can, but there is always truth even within the social media. That's what I want to say. Let them, the people of Niger, if they want to try their former president, like I said, nobody is above the law. They should do it according to the law. They should give him defense. They should protect him, and he should be considered innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, he should be considered innocent until he's proven guilty, and face the law.
All right.
The law of their country. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. At this moment, I would like us, if you still have a little more time to stay, that is fine. If you can't stay, that is fine. I will open the phone lines for those listening to us from across the globe to call in. If they have questions, they have contributions, they can go in and make the call. Before you call, however, remember to shut down the volume of your set so that there is no delay when you call. The number, you know the number already, so you can go ahead and call. But please remember to turn down the volume of your set before you call. Remember to turn down the volume of your set before you call. All right, the number is right there on your screen. Let us see who is calling. The phone line is open, ladies and gentlemen. So you go ahead and call. You go ahead and call. All right. In the absence of any immediate phone call, Comrade Mag, briefly, what do you make of Russia sending out fighter jets to South Africa?
Well, so Comrade Chris, I've been looking and observing at the there's a shifting geopolitics happening around the globe right now. There is a lot of positioning and repositioning occurring with the major superpowers trying to find their grip. And so if we look at what the African leaders did when they went to Russia and Ukraine with a proposal for a peace plan, which was somewhat laughable in the sense that we have all these conflicts in Africa, which they ought to be coming together to solve, and they are not doing that. Yet they wanted to put together a peace plan for Russia and Ukraine. That just leads us to the conclusion that this juxtaposition and positioning and repositioning of the superpowers in trying to align themselves with sort of the aligned or non-aligned is going to continue. So I see that as actually some kind of demonstration by Russia that, America you had this summit with with the African leaders in DC. We had our own summit with the African leaders, the Kremlin, and now we are entering and signing military cooperations or renewing military cooperations. I believe they signed one with Nigeria just this week, a military cooperation. And so I think that is just some of the positioning that's happening. Again, like I said, this is something that we have to be observant about, looking at our own struggle, and we have to pay attention so that we see how those dynamics affect our calculations in our quest for freedom.
All right. Please hold on there. Let's get to this caller from Ground Zero. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Good evening, sir. Where are you calling from?
People there on the stadium.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. Are you getting me, sir?
I can hear you 5 on 5.
Yes, I just have a little contribution here to tell you people there.
All right.
All of us are in the show, and all of us are building this our struggle to have independence. There is nothing apart from that, and we really need to be very careful because we want to make the same mistakes again. At this age in time, I think we should understood and we know the Republic well. There are people that can do anything to get us attracted or to get us hand. Now, most of this, whether you people call it CNN or
CDN,
those people are spies. When I listen to you clearly and I look at the situation, and even in the nearest future, they are coming there to get information, to plan it with the Republic, so that they can put us down. These people are desperate to do anything to make sure that we come to a point that will happen in Fumba. And so you people should be very, very, very careful. Don't sit anyhow. You sit anyhow, you sell the people again. And this time it will be worse than the people that we were blaming. It will be very worse than the people that were blaming.
You are very right. You are very right.
So we should be very careful. Never go to that meeting. That meeting is a program meeting that they want to put us down. It's a whole La Republic show. They are the one responsible. Any meeting they invite you people in that you don't know the agenda, please don't hurry to go in because you hurry to go.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you for the call, sir. You have a great night. Okay, the phone line is still open. The phone line is still open. And Chairman Mike, what do you make of Russia sending nukes to South Africa vis-a-vis the French and the Americans? They are not sending nukes to go and support the military, defend the military leaders in Mali, Burkina Faso, or Niger. They are sending it just in anticipation or to send a message to the French and the Americans. They're not set foot in any of these countries to restore any leader there. Is this a third world war going to, about to start in Africa or what?
I think we cannot say if it is or not, but it all depends on how the various parties react. It all depends on the decisions that you remember the time between when Kennedy was in power and the Russians brought their nukes to Cuba, and there was almost a nuclear war between America and Russia. It was the smart thinking of those in place at the time that averted that catastrophe. When things like this are happening, the people in control at a given moment matter, and the decisions they make matter. You can take a situation that can be handled in one way and you handle it in the other way, and there will be an explosion. So what we see there, first of all, Comrade Chris, you have to understand that when you look at the war in Ukraine right now, Russia kind of found itself boxed in, because where else would Russia go? Would Russia go to Asia? The Asians are a bit ambivalent about having an upfront with Europe and the US. They don't want to be seen as giving aid to the Russians. So where else would Russia go? Okay, Africa is so vast. Luckily for them, South Africa has been upfront and very willing to shake their hand and even give them a hug. To allow such a plane to land on your soil at this given moment takes a lot of courage for the leadership of South Africa. So I think Russia is just too happy to show that I have this base, I have these people that are open to me, I can land here and then take off from here and do damage wherever I want to do. That is simply the message they're trying to show, that I have friends who have so much confidence in me that they will allow me to land such a plane on their soil. That is the message, and I think the message is being received clearly. So that is what I get from it. And, you know, and Africa for so long has been used and abused by the West, I should say. And people are really getting so fed up with it, and people are willing to throw stones now. And I think the West has to be very careful. They have to be very careful and be cognizant of their mistakes, or I wouldn't even call it mistakes, intentional deeds of the past that have really caused a lot of Africans to be very angry. And I'm here referring especially France. France is the main perpetrator of this injustice on the African continent at this given time. They have killed scores of our good leaders. They have rendered large millions of our people, they have subjected them into untold misery while they plunder the resources for their own industries. And they are not even showing any intention to relent with this behavior. They are pressing forward. So I really like what is happening, this pushback, this really uprising of animosity against the French. They are beginning to feel it, and I think it's not the end yet. It is not. I know that docile countries like the Republic of Cameroon are still there drinking the Kool-Aid. They are yet to wake up, but other countries are waking up and they are pushing back and they're saying, we are not taking this anymore. We, our own people, to deserve some dignity. They deserve to have good roads. They deserve good hospitals, good schools. We don't need to keep sacrificing our young men and women dying on the high seas, on the floater boats because they want to get to Europe. Some dying in the jungles of Mexico because they want to get to America. We should be able to create our own opportunities back home so our people can stay there and enjoy what is rightfully theirs. Instead of people stealing them, taking them back home and to build their own factories, then when our people try to get there, they are blocked, they are killed in the ocean, their boats are caused to capsize, so they perish on the high seas, and then these people just behave as if nothing is wrong. I like what is happening in the Sahel. I hope this wind continues to blow and spread all over Africa so that we can bring dignity and good governance to our people. It's about time.
All right, all right. Thank you, gentlemen. That was a great panel, and I look forward to having you back on these subjects. Thank you. You were quite articulate, all of you, on the subject. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call it tonight right here, and I look forward to coming back on Wednesday and Friday. I promise you, I will be back Wednesday and Friday. So do not touch your remote. Stay glued to ABS, and do not forget we are on Roku. Roku. If you have Roku on your television set, we are on Roku. Just get in and download the channel. I know many of you already know what Roku is all about. You can watch us 24/7. Even this same show is repeated again on the Roku. I look forward to coming back here on Wednesday. Please stay glued. Hello and good evening. Welcome to again News Talk, coming to you from the great state of Texas, precisely in Houston. Apparently, Facebook just doesn't want us to bring this show to you, for those of you watching by way of social media. Three times in less than 10 minutes, in less than 20 minutes, they have shut us down. We're having to restart and restart and restart and restart. We don't know why they are doing so, but they have no option. We will come to you with the broadcast, and even if they shut it down again, I promise you we will bring you the recorded version. But thanks for joining, and if you are back on the social media, Facebook in particular, please go ahead, hit your share button, and let those who do not know we are live come back, join the broadcast. So please do us that due diligence. So many people have been coming and going. The moment the broadcast goes for like 10 minutes, Facebook shuts it down, and we have to restart it. Many others are displaced. So please do us a favor, hit your share button, share and share and share and share and share, and shame Facebook today. We must carry on with the broadcast, and I am very, very excited, ladies and gentlemen, for this broadcast today. Tonight, we're going to bring you what is happening in Africa and have a great conversation with Dr. David Masenga of Africa, Pan-African, Institute Limited or something like that. I get it right. We're going to bring you a great discussion on the subject of what is happening in the Sahel, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, and of course, ECOWAS. Today, we will also bring you a discussion going back to the revelations of Archbishop Andrew Nke about the origination of what they call today in Cameroon special status. We'll have a guest joining us from Ground Zero, who will be giving us another take into that revelation. So please stay tuned and do us a favor. Don't let Facebook shut us completely down. Hit your share button as you join, so that those who have been here on the platform and were shut down because of Facebook can come back, rejoin the broadcast. It is very important. But let me come to you with this news item first, ladies and gentlemen. You have heard of economic sabotage going on in La République du Cameroon, instituted by the Ambazonia independence movement. We launched that initiative about 2 years ago, and boy, the consequences are raining upon La République du Cameroon. We have seen their inability to relaunch some of their higher institutions because they have no money to sponsor those institutions. Now we are being told that Sonora, Camtel, CDC, and you name the rest, they are totally in debt and they can no longer function. In fact, many are wondering whether they will not file for bankruptcy. I'd like you to take a moment, listen to this report coming from Equinox TV before I delve into my subject for the day. Please listen to this.
The national oil refinery company Sonora is the most indebted public company in Cameroon. Sonora owes over 277 billion francs CFA, according to a report from the Sinking Fund of Cameroon. Now, for me, I'm Strong Sander, and this report presents the situation as far as the debts of public companies in Cameroon are concerned. Details coming up.
Document says as of June 30th, 2022, the total internal debts of public enterprises and establishments stood at 392.8 billion francs CFA. On the list of most indebted public enterprises, the national oil refinery company Sonora tops. Sonora alone is indebted to the tune of 277.6 billion francs CFA. representing 70% in this category. In details, Sonara owes 247.2 billion francs CFA to banks and 28.8 billion francs CFA to suppliers. Next to Sonara, the Cameroon Airlines company Cameco has a total internal debt of 62.4 billion francs CFA. On the third position, and immediately after the Cameroon Airlines company Cameco, is the Douala Port Authority, the PAD, with an internal debt of 17.9 billion francs CFA. Next to the Douala Port Authority is the Cameroon Telecommunications Camtel with 15.9 billion francs CFA. Camwater, which is yet to find a formula to the repeated water crisis in towns and cities in Cameroon, has a total debt of 5.2 billion francs CFA as of June 30th, 2022. Other highly indebted public enterprises and establishments includes the Cameroon Development Corporation, the CDC, with 9.4 billion francs CFA, the MI2 with 3.3 billion francs CFA, while the SCDP, Sodecoton and the CAA were not classified.
The national oil refinery company Sonara is the most indebted public company in Cameroon. Sonara owes over 277 billion francs CFA, according to a report from the Sinking Fund of Cameroon. Now, for me, Armstrong Sander, and this report presents the situation as far.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the economic report coming from Cameroon as a result of the economic sabotage that Ambazonia independent groups stipulated, imposed on that country, who says it is not working. Economic sabotage is working. And all we can say here is that if you are on ground zero, where we call the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, continue to do your best to make sure that we impinge on Cameroon's ability to pay for the war they declare on a part of the country they suppose belongs to themselves. So please, if you are a restoration fighter, I want you to know what you are doing is working. La Republic is running helter-skelter here and there with the army setting up military camps. That is where their money is going to. Every dime that is coming into the pocket of that, into the treasury of that country, is going into military investment, and it is only a matter of time when they will not be able to pay the civil service. But that is one good news. That is one good news to tell you everything isn't well, everything isn't right in Yaoundé, no matter what they want you to believe. Now, I leave that and I get to my first subject of the day, having to do with this, what is going on in the Sahel, West Africa, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd like you to listen to this piece before I bring you my monologue for tonight.
Leaders an ultimatum.
In the event the authorities' demands are not met within 1 week, take all measures necessary to restore constitutional order in the Republic of Niger. Such measures may include the use of force.
Beyond the threat of force and the 1 week deadline, leaders at the summit in Abuja, Nigeria, announced some immediate actions. Borders with Niger would be closed, commercial flights banned, financial transactions halted, national assets frozen, and aid ended. The coup began unfolding on Wednesday when soldiers confined President Mohamed Bazoum to his...
All right, that was the Economic Commission for West Africa threatening a coup against a coup in the nation of Niger in West Africa, following the coup that took place in that country. Now, at this moment, I am going to bring you my monologue. And after I bring you my monologue, I will bring in my guest. First, Dr. David Matsanga joining me from London. And second, Peter Atem joining me from the Federal Capital Territory, where we call Boya. Ladies and gentlemen, continue to hit the share button. The recent coup in Niger has once again exposed the fragile nature of democracy in West Africa. As the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS nations, led by Nigeria, attempt to overthrow the coup leaders in Niger, one cannot help but question the motives and consistency of this intervention. This analysis seeks to scrutinize ECOWAS' response to the Niger coup, highlighting the organization's historical inaction in similar situations in Mali, Burkina Faso, and elsewhere. We will shed light on the significant support the Niger military is receiving from its people, raising doubts about ECOWAS' judgment to intervene. ECOWAS' sudden urge to intervene in Niger Republic raised eyebrows, at least among Africans, as similar coups in the region have occurred without the organization taking decisive action. The Malian coup of 2020, which overthrew President Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta, is a prime example. ECOWAS issued statements condemning the coup and imposed sanctions. But these measures were largely symbolic and lacked any substantive impact. The Burkina Faso coup in 2015, which ousted President Blaise Compaoré, saw a similar lack of decisive action from ECOWAS. These instances underscore a pattern of selective intervention within the region, raising questions about ECOWAS' commitment to upholding democratic values consistently. The coup in Niger Republic has witnessed significant support for the military from the country's population. Massive demonstrations in favor of the coup leaders have taken place, indicating a level of discontent with the ousted government of President Mohamed Bazoum. Why the legitimacy of the coup can be questioned or debated, it remains crucial, ladies and gentlemen, to acknowledge that the Niger military is not facing widespread opposition from its own people. No, they are not. They are not. ECOWAS intervention, therefore, overlooks the complexities of the situation on the ground and dismisses the sentiments of a significant portion of the population. This raises doubts about the true motives of ECOWAS intervention in Niger Republic. African analysts argue that ECOWAS planned intervention in Niger is driven by a desire to appease external influences, particularly the French. The historical relationship between the West and ECOWAS suggests that the latter may be acting as a proxy for foreign interest. The West has long sought to maintain control over the political dynamics in the region, often at the expense of genuine democracy. By intervening in Niger Republic, ECOWAS may be seen as aligning itself with Western agendas rather than prioritizing the interests of West African nations. This perception undermines ECOWAS' credibility as an impartial regional organization. Of course, the African Union cannot be left out. Another factor that cannot be ignored is Niger's extensive natural resources, particularly uranium. Niger is one of the world's leading producers of this valuable resource, and its geopolitical significance cannot be overstated. The West has consistently shown a vested interest in controlling access to and exploitation of Niger's uranium reserves. ECOWAS intervention, therefore, raises questions about the extent to which the organization's actions are influenced by economic considerations. It is crucial to examine whether the protection of Western economic interests is being prioritized over genuine democratic values in West Africa. ECOWAS' reliance on military intervention as the primary means to addressing political crisis within member states is questionable and warrants further examination. While the organization has the mandate to ensure regional stability, it is crucial to explore alternative approaches that prioritize diplomacy, dialogue, and long-term sustainable solutions. A suggestion that the Nigerian Senate and Parliament have now advised their leader, Ahmed Tinubu, to stand off, stay away from. One alternative approach for ECOWAS is to focus on preventive diplomacy, where ECOWAS proactively engages with member states to address underlying issues that may lead to political instability or coup d'etats. This could involve facilitating dialogue between political actors, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders to resolve grievances, promote inclusivity, and strengthen democratic institutions. By addressing root causes and promoting peaceful conflict resolution mechanisms, ECOWAS can potentially prevent crises such as the one under review from escalating to the point of military intervention. ECOWAS should foster regional cooperation and integration as a means to addressing common challenges and build resilience against political crisis. This includes promoting economic integration, trade, and investment among member states. By creating opportunities for economic growth and development, ECOWAS can address some of the underlying socio-economic factors that contribute to political instability, political coup d'etats in that region. It is also very, very essential for ECOWAS to strengthen its monitoring and early warning mechanisms to detect and to respond to potential crises more effectively. By enhancing intelligence sharing and analysis, ECOWAS, the Economic Commission for West African States, can proactively identify warning signs and take timely preventive action. This would allow the organization to address issues before they escalate, reducing the need for military intervention as a reactive measure. It is imperative for Nigeria, as the leading force within ECOWAS, to prioritize its own pressing internal problems, instead of leading the charge for military intervention in Niger. Nigeria is grappling with numerous challenges. Oil subsidy challenges, for example, high inflation, election issues, and widespread socio-economic disparities. These issues demand urgent attention and resources too, which would be better utilized to alleviate the hardships faced by its own citizens. Redirecting attention and resources towards a military coup, or what I describe as military intervention in Niger, would divert much needed efforts and resources and exacerbate the economic challenges facing Nigerians today. Engaging in a military intervention in Niger would not only divert attention from internal problems in Nigeria, but also potentially lead to a protracted conflict with severe humanitarian consequences between Niger and Nigeria, at least the boundary territories. The Nigerian people are already facing significant challenges, including poverty, insecurity, and inadequate access to basic services. The prospect of a war that would further strain resources, displace communities, and increase the suffering of Nigerians is deeply concerning. And Nigerian northern elites are dutifully expressing their reserve to the leader of Nigeria, Ahmed Tinubu. Instead of prioritizing military intervention, Nigeria should play a leadership role within ECOWAS by focusing on conflict prevention, regional diplomacy, and supporting sustainable development initiatives. By addressing its own internal problems and promoting stability within its borders, Nigeria can serve as a positive force for change and contribute to regional peace and prosperity. That is my talking point, ladies and gentlemen. I am now being joined by the one and only Dr. David Masanga, who is joining me all the way from London. Dr. David, it's a great pleasure to have you again, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ABC. You took long. If I was going to make, yes, if I was going to mark your essay, I would fail you because you have summarized the things and then you come back again. But thank you very much for the intro, and I am very pleased to be here on your television and pleased to be seen by millions and millions across the globe when discussing this very important matter that touches our motherland, Africa. Sahel region is in chaos. Sahel region needs help.
Yes.
We don't want another Syria in Sahel region. I am Dr. David Matanga, the chairman of Pan-African Forum, UK Limited. I work.
All right.
I'm the founder member and the chairman, the CEO, all answerable. You can go to my website, www.panafricanforumltd.com. Everything that I do, all my articles, everything I write about this war, about ICC are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Masanga, for again joining the show and for your remarks. Let's delve into the issues at this moment. Are you for ECOWAS intervention in Niger or not?
First of all, I want to say, before we come to simple answers, because you and I at our levels, we shouldn't just come by giving simple answers. But we must educate the masses first. We must tell the world what is wrong with Africa. We must tell the world what has bewitched us. Why are we having a repeat of the 1970s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s? Why are we having the repeat of military coups? Why are military coups coming back? What are the root causes that cause the army, younger men, captains, lieutenants, brigadiers, coming out of their barracks, knocking on the doors of the palaces of the presidents that we have elected democratically? What are the causes? I can list the causes of the military coups in Africa as being 5. Cause number 1, which Africa must change. If we don't change this, we are going to have very many of them. We have very bad constitutions.
When you say Africa must change, be specific. Which Africa? Who do you want to change? Is it the leaders?
Everybody.
System? What is it?
Excuse me, apart from South Africa and Tanzania, the rest of Africa quarrels about elections.
Correct.
They go to vote, and Doc, I want you to challenge me on this. What is the rationale of going to vote? You go and waste 300 billion naira to organize an election. Then you, after that, you say 7 men or 11 men or women and men seated in a courtroom decide your fate. It means your constitution is fake. It means your constitution is not worth it. Why do you then go and borrow money to conduct an election? And then after that, you tell people you shall go to the Supreme Court. That is one of the root causes of our problems in Africa, because we borrowed from the United States, where you are now. We borrowed our constitutions from United States of America and pasted them on our lives in Africa. So we have a problem as Africans. We pasted a constitution. It gives us to elect people. You go and vote. 94 million people in Nigeria, for example, they vote, they cast their vote, then they enter to court. Why? Why don't we make institutions, electoral institutions, to be governable? Look at Tanzania. Let me educate you. Let me school you on this. Tanzania, there are 2 things you can do. You can do anything, but you don't go to court after the presidential vote. People have been saying, why Tanzania is stable? People have been saying, why is Tanzania stable? Because there is no petitioning of electoral systems against elections in Tanzania on a presidential ballot. Look at South Africa. Why is it that in South Africa people vote and go home to listen to their results? Because they have stabilized their electoral systems. People listen to their results coming in. Malema gets 40 MPs, ANC gets 270 MPs, DNA gets 120 MPs. We go ahead, life goes on. But look at my country, Uganda. We are still talking about election. We go to the same court which has been selected by one individual. An individual has elected a court. Are you not going to call the army on the streets? All the coups that have taken place in the Sahel region, there is something to do with bad elections. Conde, bad elections. He wanted to extend, he wants to do a constitution. Constitutionalism creates chaos in the entire African region.
Are you suggesting that there should be no constitution in any of these countries, or what are you advocating for?
No. I am saying the constitutions can be there, but let's not cut and paste. We are cutting and pasting the constitution from the American constitution to Ugandan constitution, from American constitution to Kenyan constitution, from French constitution to Cameroon.
To you, what is wrong? What is wrong? To you, what is wrong with the American Constitution? In the American Constitution, that cannot be practiced somewhere else, maybe with a little revisions. What is wrong?
Why should you practice an American constitution in Africa?
So what would you recommend? What would you recommend for Nigeria, for Kenya, for Uganda?
Homegrown constitutions. You don't have food for people. You don't have social security. You, Dr. Anu, where you are now, if you are not working, someone will send you a check to tell you, go and look for employment. But this is a check for you to feed yourself. There is a social contract in the United States. There's no social contract in Kenya or Uganda, where people are paid for not working, where people are paid because they don't have a job, where elders are paid their money of retirement. We haven't reached that status. Now, when you bring a constitution of that nature, which takes their money, then two, look at the manner in which we select our judges. At least in Kenya, the judges are selected openly. They are put on television. You must tell where you were the other day, whom you are going to what. If you have a girlfriend and you have annoyed her, you must tell the people, I annoyed that girlfriend, but I am no longer annoying her again. The judges are screened in Kenya. But some countries in Africa, a president selects judges. Buhari, for example, in Nigeria, which you have been talking about in your commentary, selected all the judges. Now, do you think those judges in Nigeria are going to give a free and a fair judgment?
Are you saying,
No.
are you suggesting that selection is better than democracy or in a constitution?
You are going in a different way. I'm not saying selection. I am saying we should change our methods of constitutionalism. Africa must look at the constitutions
we should
that will
change
help
it.
Africa.
What should we change it to?
Not borrowed constitutions.
What should we change it to if we are not adopting and revising what we inherit from or what we copy from the West?
Why do you inherit? Why do you inherit?
No, copying from
Why
the
are
West.
you inheriting?
Copying from the West.
Excuse me.
Because there is
Why are
Dr.
you,
David,
why did
there
you
is no
inherit it
single
from the West?
there is
Dr.
no
Anu,
single African
Dr. Anu,
country that has come up with an indigenous constitution of its own.
South Africa. Is there chaos in South Africa because of elections? My friend, get your land. You have a PhD. Don't talk things that you don't know.
No, I have a PhD, but at least I'm educated to know what obtains there. But listen, South Africa, they still have a constitution.
South Africa has, you rather have a constitution homegrown with a proportional representation. South Africa has got a proportional representation constitution that everybody knows the Malema. Everybody knows the UDA leader. They don't quarrel. They have stabilized their politics. The highest number, Dr. Anu, the highest number of MPs that you have in parliament, you make a government. As in Africa, in some countries, we don't even know whether the votes were counted or not counted. Look at the Nigerian votes. Some areas, the machine gave the votes. Some area, the machine refused to count the presidential.
But that is happening even here in the West, in the US and in London, isn't it? That elections are...
No. Please, don't talk about London. I've been in London for 39 years.
Elections are never reached in London.
There is no constitutional court that hears a Prime Minister, Tony Blair, losing to Major losing to Tony Blair, going to the constitutional court because he lost over election. No. I've been here 39 years. I've been eating food here. So Africa, that's one of the reasons, Dr. Anu, wait, let me make my point. One of the reasons why we have soldiers knocking on our doors is we shrink the constitutions. We make very good constitutions. We cut and paste them, but we shrink them. Then the soldiers come.
I totally agree with you. So the problem.
So why don't we make our problem? Why don't we stick to our constitution?
This is the problem. The problem is not the constitution. The problem is when elections are rigged. The problem is when leaders come on, swore to uphold the constitution, and when their term is over, they want to change the constitution. What is wrong with the constitution? The problem is with the leaders.
Okay. There you are. They want to change the constitution. Why? Because it is a cut and paste. We just cut and paste. Can you tell me where in political science the Plato Republic have read up to the last iota? The books that I've read of Socrates, Aristotle, Karl Marx, where they told you that elections must be held every 4 years. Where? Where did you get these 4 years every day? Where did you get this 5 years? A country like Burundi, the GDP of Burundi is like one businessman in Uganda has that money. But Burundi holds an election where they need $2 billion. Now, why do you hold election every 5 years, wasting $5 billion, then go to court? So we should think as Africans.
So I really like to get you clearly. I don't know whether you are advocating against a constitutional system or what are you saying?
I am saying I'm not advocating against constitutionalism. I am advocating against our role of going to the Supreme Court after we have done the exercise of selecting people, wasting 300 billion naira. Why do you go to 11 men, 2 men and 5 women, or 2 men and 9 women, or 9 women and 2 men, sitting in a dark room somewhere, who can be bribed? And they by a stroke of a pen, clear your election. Why? Africa needs to change. So when the soldiers see this, who don't understand constitutionalism, they come knocking on your door. I'm telling you, you look at that. The second reason, Dr. Anu, most of the coups in Sahel region have been a byproduct of bad elections. Most of the disturbances you see on the streets of Kenya, Uganda, where Senegal, where you see Sierra Leone, you saw the army was coming for the president in Sierra Leone. You saw they come out after election. Now Zimbabwe is hot. Zimbabwe is like a potato, a hot potato, heating in ashes, in hot ashes. A volcano is coming in Zimbabwe. There could be demonstrations, banning, destruction of property, elections. So elections are causing coups in Sahel region. Elections are causing coups in the entire Africa. So time has come for us to think, why do we have coups coming as a result of bad elections? Why do we have bad elections? We have bad constitutions. Why don't you use the Tanzanian constitution where there is no 50+1? Where did you get this 50+1? You got it from United States of America and where? And other countries in Scandinavia and France. That you must get 50+1 in order to be a president. Yet in Tanzania, once you get 60% as the presidential candidate, and another one gets 55%, the one of 60% becomes the president of the Republic of Tanzania for 5 years. No court. Stability.
All right. Let's drop that. Let's drop that and move to the subject proper.
I teach Dr. Anu. I teach students with what we call politics of reference.
All right.
I have referred you to Tanzanian case.
All right. Let's move to the problem proper in Niger, where ECOWAS came up initially and said they are going to storm Niger to remove the coup leaders. Many Africans have said, no, ECOWAS, you cannot do that. In fact, it has been interpreted to mean the ECOWAS defending the interest of the West, particularly the French, which is the problem you are discussing here. I'd like to get your take on ECOWAS' plan to invade Niger. I know that plan is now kind of shelved diplomatically, but that was what they wanted. They were set out to do from day number one. Are you agreed that ECOWAS was essentially trying to back the position of the West, particularly the French, considering the economic importance of Niger to the French?
Let me tell you, you have hit the nail 100%. I agree with you. I am one of the few people who does not like the French, and I have no regrets for not liking them, because I don't eat frogs. I am a human being who eats meat, and cow meat, goat meat, and chicken. So I have no problem there. The French have caused us more of this suffering across the whole Sahel region and in Francophone speaking countries. Invading Niger is creating more chaos. You are creating another Syria. What Africa must avoid is to create a Syria where a conflict will end as a frozen conflict. I don't know whether the viewers who are watching us, millions watching us worldwide today on this your television from Texas, from America watching us, whether they know what a frozen conflict is. A frozen conflict is the one like that of Libya, of Syria, where there was no agreement, but people did not even win, nobody lost, people won, and they all went away. Russia still in Syria, Turkey still in Syria, America withdrew its troops, Britain withdrew, France, which caused it, had no words, they have nowhere, they have gone back to where they were before. So let's not cause another Syria in Sahel region, in the region of West Africa. And the ECOWAS should desist from being used. ECOWAS should use two-pronged approach. Wider dialogue, open up dialogue, open up contacts with the generals. Talk to them diplomatically. At the moment, as you show them that this other side is not very good, negotiate with the generals, open up. If Mr. Tunubu, because he goes for medical treatment in Paris, in that hospital that treats his illness, he wants to bring us chaos when Nigeria is already fractured. He's going to have a problem, and the problem could come back to him in Nigeria itself. The entire north of Nigeria, Maiduguri area, Kano, on all those areas, Nigeria is not a state anymore. It's a fragmented state with so many rebels, Boko Haram, kidnappers, hijackers. My God, how many people are in this country? So if you go to invade Niger, what are you going to gain? You are making the poor people, first of all, the president that they want to install, we don't know whether he's alive or not. What Nigeria and AU should be asking are these soldiers to show us this man live, to greet us in the world. I'm one of the few people who has been asking the generals. In fact, luckily enough, this afternoon, I got through to one of the men who is in power, and they said they will come back to me tomorrow. I asked them a question. Where is the post president? Why are you not showing him on
what
TV?
Did they say? And where did they say the post president is?
They have given me on my satellite phone. They are going to talk to me tomorrow. They couldn't even, you know, I have a feeling that these guys killed this man on the first site. And they have been doing what we call a PR. And the French And the Americans have been doing PR there. Because once they said the man was killed, you don't know how the country could go to an explosion where people could have a civil war to kill each other. Me, I have that feeling, and that feeling in Dr. Matanga always does not go wrong. I think there is something wrong that this general in Niger did to the former president, because he has not shown us where this man is. Is he alive? And ECOWAS, instead of giving ultimatums, threats, they should first ultimatum should be, show us the president. We want our delegation from ECOWAS to talk to him. They have not. Why did they, if they have this man, Dr. Enu, a minute, why is it that if they have this president alive, why did they refuse General Abubakar, Abdesalam Abubakar, of the former president of Nigeria, to see this man, if he's still alive? If he's still alive. So Africans, we have misplaced.
But you talked to them and what did they tell you? You talked to the coup leaders and what did they tell you?
No, I talked to one of them whom I happen to have met someplace in the ICC, and he was a member of one of the lawyers in the ICC who is pro the junta, and he said, "Oh, Dr. Matanga, we shall come back to you later tomorrow at 3 p.m. I'm waiting, but I'm telling you, from my instincts, the time I've been on planet Earth, 68 years, I feel there is something wrong in Niger that the generals are hiding from the world. If this man is alive, God will help us. If not, God forbid. But I have a feeling this guy is on the first day safety of this guy. Because they are not showing us up to now. They haven't shown us anywhere where he is. And none of his family members is even coming out. At least Gaddafi's children were talking. But this man's children are grown up. They are not talking. It means they have wiped out these guys. And that's why they are very worried people. And they are rushing very quickly to sign agreements with other organizations, replacing this one. I am totally against a military intervention at this moment. Let's try a dialogue. Let's try a two-pronged approach that will bring about a better Niger and a better Africa. Thank you.
The people of Niger do not care, as you can see in that mammoth crowd that turned out in their national stadium for a rally in support of the coup leaders. Why are you so concerned about the
aim of the demonstration is to show the whole world and the international community that we are 100%
I don't know whether you heard me there. I was saying that the people of Niger seem not to care, as indicated by the mammoth crowd that turned out in that stadium in support of the coup leaders. Why are you so so concerned about the ousted leader, Bazoum?
It goes back to what I told you at the beginning. People are fed up with constitutionalism. You change the constitution, you fraudulently rig elections, people get fed up with you. I have witnessed 10 military coups in my own country until the last one overthrew me myself. I know, Dr. Ano, the last one overthrew us in 1985. In 1971, where were
you during Idi Amin?
The same day I was going to senior secondary school at O-level, 1971. I was going to Manjas High School with a suitcase, a metallic suitcase, at 10 o'clock with my father. And he left me in a taxi to go alone because his name was being mentioned by Idi Amin soldiers in town in Bale, that he must report to Bale Barracks. So here we are. And that is, I have seen a coup. So I am not surprised about this crowd, Dr. Ano. I am not surprised about the crowd. The crowd that came to Kampala to celebrate about Idi Amin forgot that Idi Amin will eat them later. They forgot that Idi Amin could take their tongues, slaughter them, take away the tongues and put them in the fridge, thinking that when he eats the tongue, he would become clever as Professor Frank Kalimuzo. He would become clever as the late Chief Justice Chiwanuka Beni, whose body we have never seen up to date. Frank Kalimuzo, whose body we have never seen up to date. So many people, powerful Ugandans, died. So a coup takes place. When a coup takes place, from industrial revolution,
the aim of the demonstration is to show the whole world and the international.
From agricultural revolution to industrial revolution, Dr. Anu, you are a philosopher. You know very well people celebrate. Those who did not have industries acquired industries. They left the hoes and the tractors and the slashers back in agricultural area. They took industries, they manufactured. So there is what we call people's gain. People's gain brings crowds of that nature. But they don't know that the same animal you are celebrating about is going to eat you very soon. This animal called the coup, the generals, whatever they are, whatever format they are, they have genuine reasons which I have given you. Some of the mismanagement, corruption, mismanagement of governance, shrinkage of constitutionalism, rigged elections, term limits, extension of term limits by some presidents creates coups in Africa.
All right. Now, let me ask you this question in regards to African leadership. You will agree that right now African leadership is essentially divided as to what the AU and ECOWAS should be doing. In Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, Central Africa, Guinea, and so on. You find Burkina Faso and Mali, for instance, saying, you set foot into Niger, we will go in with our army and back up Niger. Algeria is saying they're not set foot into Niger. So Africa is essentially divided. Yesterday, Nigeria was ready to lead an army to go in and attack Niger. In fact, right now, Nigeria has shut down electricity into Niger. What do you make of this division among African leaders, the countries?
We have always been Liberia and Casablanca. Don't you forget? You have forgotten that? African Union has always had 2 or 3 divisions. Those of Liberia and the Casablanca one, a group. There are those who wanted a quick unity. There are those who did not want, who wanted block by block. Gaddafi came and wanted block, a quick unit of purpose, quickly Africa, like Kwame Nkrumah. Some people in Africa oppose him. We have to build Africa block by block, SADC, East African Community, ECOWAS, whatever you call it, all these small places, IGAD, and build it, then come back to the table. So there are divisions, of course, and we have been divided by French. The French colonizer has divided us. The French colonizer has been siphoning our resources. We don't have even resources to do an election, but we call them to supervise our own election. You find Africans calling all observers, giving them badges. Zimbabwe, a country that would have been better by knowing that calling these same observers who are now, instead of observing, they are telling the people the election is very bad, start preparing for mass action. Stupid people in Africa. We have stupid people and we have very bright people and we have very dangerous people. So we have this problem ourselves among Africans. Look at the divisions. We have now come to a theater of a Cold War. A Cold War is going to happen in Africa, especially West Africa, where the French are being kicked out and the Russians are replacing the French. Why do you replace both? You are replacing both of them are foreigners. The Russians are imperialists also. They are coming now to help us. Yes, they have been our friends. Yes, I'm a friend of them. But I don't like the replacement that when you kick out.
Why can't we Africans be Africans? Why do we have to kick out the French and bring in the Russians?
Because we are not united.
Pan-Africanism It's all about that is what it should be. Why can we not build indigenous systems and govern ourselves?
Have you ever been to a restaurant in Africa, some places, when a white man is seated being served the food, and you also call the same food at the same time? I'm telling you, Mr. Dr. Ano, the food for the white man will come very fast. Even the waiter will go kneel down, not kneel, but bend there to listen very carefully, even try to mimic, to talk English. We all French with this man, white man. But you, whom she's going to ask for a tip, as you go out, she will not serve you. She will tell you, okay, hold on, doctor, let me serve the guest, as if you are not a guest. So, look, if you're asking me that question, I think you have experienced that so many times. Look at your own country, Cameroon. Cameroon is divided between the two. The people of Paul Biya don't want anybody of Ambazonia. They kill them, they maim them, they torture them, they rape them, they slice them to pieces. And yet it is one country. So this question of division is a doctrine that was brought by the Dr. Livingstone and others who arrived on this planet, that the more you divide them, the more you tell them to concentrate on the Bible. While we look for geological maps where oil, where uranium, where iron ore, where gold, where diamonds are, the better for us. As Africans were busy looking, there's one doctrine that I believe in. The only good thing they brought is religion, because at least all of us believe there's God up there, and all of us know how did we survive here. There must be somebody who created us. But the rest of the doctrines that they bring are to retard us, to divide us, to make us divided. There is no African today, you talk to somebody, he tells you, where are you? You go back to your country. You are not a Kenyan, you are a Ugandan. Go back to your country. You are not a Zimbabwean. Go back to your country. You are not from Morocco. Go back to your country. You are not Sudanese. Don't talk about my country. That is the doctrine that has been developed by the West, and it was indoctrinated in people here. We have it here. We have even on this television here. There are some people who do not like me to speak because I don't come from West Africa. There are people who do not like me to talk. Yet I studied the politics of Africa and the public affairs of Africa and passed very well. So why shouldn't I talk about Africa? And yet some of them who don't want you to speak, Dr. Anu, you have seen divisions within your own ranks. That's what a struggle is. When you people want to struggle to finish towards the end, the finishing end, there is always disorganization. And that has been Africa all the time. So the question is, when can we unite to face one enemy, the colonial master, the one who is recolonizing us, the one who is causing all this insurgency, the one who brought ISIS, the one who killed Muhammad Gaddafi, the one who slaughtered Muhammad Gaddafi. Look at the question of Libya, Dr. Ano. Nicolas Sarkozy was sentenced in jail or jailed for having stolen money from Libya and used it for campaign. He's under house arrest, is serving jail under the house in France. How many African leaders remember Gaddafi? Gaddafi left houses. Gaddafi left hotels. Some people have taken Gaddafi's hotels and they use them. They have bought them. They have taken over in the whole Africa. But nobody remembers Gaddafi. Nobody. Nobody remembers to say, let's issue a warrant of arrest for Mr. Sarkozy. When he comes out and he wants to travel to Africa to give a lecture anywhere, we arrest him.
Why only Sarkozy? Why not Macron? Why can't they arrest Macron? Easily, he's a current leader.
I'm giving an example of the man who led Libya, if you have been following. Macron. Macron is, to me, Macron is not even my firstborn equivalent. So I wouldn't like to discuss Macron. Discussing Macron is like discussing Miriam and telling Miriam, my firstborn, 44 years old, that don't do this, do that. So he's just a juvenile who is moving around the world trying to lecture to African heads of state. Some of them have got grandchildren, and you have a juvenile from France lecturing to you.
All right, Doctor, stay put in there. Let me bring in my other guest who is joining me from Boya, where we call Ground Zero. Peter Atem is a civil rights activist in Boya, and I would like to get his own viewpoint on these events happening in Africa, in the Sahel, before I delve into the subject which he is supposed to be discussing with me, relating to the revelations made by Archbishop Nke. Peter, good to have you, sir. Oh, I guess Peter is frozen. Hello, Peter. Hello, Peter. Peter is frozen out there. All right, Dr. Masenga, let me get back to you. Because I think this subject is very, very critical. The French are Africa's problem. And yet, when things like this happen, as we find in Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, you find African countries who are still standing, backing the French, standing on the side of the French, because the French have said they will, if need be, they will have to invade Niger to protect their interests. And you hear countries like Ivory Coast, Senegal, saying they are ready to back ECOWAS at any time, any moment, if need be. And you know they are pandering to the French. What is it going to take for African leaders like in South Africa and most of English-speaking Africa to see the need to push out the French for good? Dr. Masanga.
You cannot push out the French for good because we are already assimilated. Even what we speak what the colonial people left. At least for us, English-speaking countries, some of us were lucky. The English people left us a direction. Most of the French-speaking countries, the French left chaos. Look at your own country, they left chaos. They knew very well that there was an English-speaking nation called Ambazonia, but they just stubbornly decided, and after resolution of 1608, which gave the United Nations Security Council, General Assembly, the mandate that Ambazonia should become a free state. In 1961, up to date, nobody has ever backed this resolution for you to be independent. So in all French-speaking countries, there's always chaos. There's chaos on the streets. There's chaos in all departments. And the French have left us with a lot of memories of torture, memories of killings. Look at the way the Belgians killed. They speak the same language. They killed Patrice Lumumba and they carried his teeth for over 63 to 64 years. They kept the teeth of Patrice Lumumba in a fridge. That's how horrible they are. So it is going to take time and long time for us to be able to remove ourselves from the shackles of this type of slavery and this type of oppression that we undergo at the hands of the colonial master called the French. The French also have got a policy of milking Africa and then giving us very little. And I'm shocked that when they were playing football, for example, all the black people playing football were from Africa. And Africans were very happy that we are supporting France because they are black people. But when you go to France and see the conditions these black people live in, that's why there is fire in France as we speak. All the streets, all the cities, demonstrations, destruction, fire, setting on fire cars, because the social fabric has collapsed. Where France used to milk uranium, gold, diamond, things have collapsed. They have been sucked away. They have been sent out of Mali or Burkina Faso, Guinea Conakry. Niger has threatened to throw them out. They banned their embassy. Why is it that the American embassy has not been banned? But the French embassy has been banned now in Niger? Because they have very bad policy. They collected the money, they don't give it to us. They give us little. If they have collected 10 million, they give you 300,000 francs to use. And they tell you even how to use it. So most of the people, you can imagine that Niger produces 100,000 metric tons of uranium in the last 40 years. But only 3,000 metric tons have been beneficial to the governments that have been in Niger in the last 40 years. While France takes this uranium to go and manufacture electricity, to manufacture their nuclear weapons, to light their country, and back in Niger, it depends on the power, electricity from Nigeria, which has cut off. And now we are back to normal, where we are in the old Stone Age. So the French are not very good people. They are people who teach you, and they teach you and tell you we have not finished with you. The British are very good people. They have taught us and they finished with us. They left us our territories. Some of us were protected. We are all right. We can deal with the current situation of the presidents who are there, but we are not like the French-speaking countries.
All right. Thank you. Stay put in there, Dr. Masanga. Let me bring in Peter Atem, civil rights activist, joining in from Boya to weigh in on this a little bit before we move on to the next subject. Peter, sir, thank you for joining the broadcast. I hope you can hear me now. Hello, Peter. Hello, Peter. Hello, Peter. Apparently, the man cannot hear. Hello, Peter. I don't know what is happening with his sound system over there, but we will bring him back on. We will bring him back on. Dr. Masanga, let me get back to you. You mentioned, you talked about constitutions, the need for Africans to maybe create their own governing mechanisms different from what they copy from the West. That is not going to stop coups, isn't it? Because I think what we need to stop in Africa is a situation where leaders take over. Take Cameroon, for example, where the guy they call Paul. Okay, I think Peter is on. Can you hear me, sir? Peter, can you hear me? Peter, can you hear me? I guess he doesn't hear me. Everything looks fine here. But again, Dr. Masanga, look at the example of Cameroon. Can you hear me? Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm getting you.
All right. Okay. Thank you for joining the broadcast. Peter is joining from Boya.
I'm getting you.
All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter is joining from Boya.
Yes,
and before I take a move to the next subject, which I have invited him to address, I'd like to have his own take on what is going on in West Africa, the coups, and ECOWAS efforts to go in and intervene, but apparently they took a hasty decision and they have suddenly, diplomatically, pulled back, and it doesn't seem like anything is going to happen. Any military intervention is going to happen. I watched the Senate in Nigeria telling the Nigerian leader, you did not come to parliament to seek for orders, permission to intervene in Niger, and so we're not giving you any permission to invade Niger. And this is coming from his own party leaders, especially those in the northern states with boundaries with Niger. They do not want the war to spiral from Niger into Nigeria. And so the Nigerian parliament, the Nigerian Senate has said to Tinubu, we don't want it. It is not going to happen. And let Niger take care of its own problems. Peter, please give us your take on all what you watch in in West Africa. Peter, you are not hearing me. It appears you are not listening from your gadget.
I have the impression that those who are in power, yes, those who are in power in most of Africa, they are not taking note of what is happening, where Africa is going. So it is difficult for them to adjust. They are late. They are coming from behind. They are, it's some kind of that primitive idea that must dominate power. They must sit there in power. You can't sit there and immediately take a decision that you want in the country. It is diplomatically wrong. They should have considered it, because the power rests with the people. That is where power rests. Leaders think and always manipulate the people. That time has passed there. This seems to be another wind, that the kind of wind that passed through Africa in 1990s and so on.
What are you hearing in Cameroon about the situation in Mali? What are the people saying back there in Boya? Peter, it doesn't seem like you are... Peter, it doesn't seem...
There's not much discussion, but people are having the feeling that a wind is passing, and every country.
Peter, it doesn't appear like you are listening to me from your camera, your connected camera, whether laptop, phone, tablet. It seems you are watching on your television or on Facebook before, because that is the reason why you are having a delay.
Yes, there's a delay. I don't know what I should do.
You should be listening to us from your connected camera. If it is a phone, if it is a laptop.
Should I just stay on Facebook?
No, you should not be listening on Facebook. You should be listening on the gadget you are using to connect to us. If it is laptop, if it is phone, you should be listening on that phone, not on Facebook. All right, why you try to do that?
Yes, I'm using my.
Yes.
Yes, I'm using my phone, but the sound is not coming through on my phone.
Check the volume then. Check the volume on your phone, on the phone you are using. Check the volume. It may be muted. All right. While you do so, let me get back to Dr. Masanga.
I am using my phone, but getting any sound from your end in my phone.
Are you hearing sound on your phone? You should be hearing the sound on your phone, and not on your phone, not from Facebook, but on your own connection. All right, try to adjust that. Try to adjust that, Dr. Masanga. Let me come back to you. What do you think is going to happen at the end of the day? Do you think that Because I see there is pressure coming from the Americans, from the French. They want something to happen in Mali. They see their way, they will overthrow the regime in Mali. What do you see happening? Do you see African countries supporting an invasion of Mali, of Niger by the French or the Americans or anybody in a foreign power? I know the Russians are trying to get in there, but we know why they are trying to do so. But an invasion by the French or the Americans. Do you see African countries supporting that, Dr. Mazanga?
Let me tell you, African countries to support what? To support ECOWAS or to support Niger?
Supporting the idea of the French invading Niger.
No, nobody will ever. No. Let them try. We watched Libya. We watched Libya go down, but we are not going to watch Niger go down Libyan way. They have taught us a lesson. Libya taught us a lesson, a huge lesson, that never should we allow a country to use its might and the force to come and dismember Africa and then run away, leave the whole junk of problems that we see on the streets of Libya today. No, I don't think African countries are going to keep quiet. If Nigeria, if ECOWAS goes in, I think you have already seen Algeria saying that it is going to send troops to help the people of Niger and that Niger. And that is very interesting. In the Makiu, there's quite a lot of fluid around there. There is General Khalifa Haftar there, and other forces in South Libya, several troops, several rebel groups there that could join the war and in Mali, and then it could become another Syria. Boss, I summarized for you that let's not allow the Syria to happen in Africa. Please, it would be very bad.
Well, I hope that no African country tries to do that. Now, there are speculations that what happened in Niger could happen in Ivory Coast, and we know Ivory Coast and Senegal are the two largest French partners in Africa. Do you see that happening in Senegal? I know the Senegalese have been a little bit aggressive in saying that, expressing the same kind of sentiments against the French. Do you see such a popular uprising against the French happening in Senegal and Ivory Coast?
First of all, I am telling you, nobody in Africa is now very secure. Nobody can tell me, no leader in Africa, especially people like Paul Biya, are not secure. Everybody is worried. People wouldn't like to make any mistake that could bring these younger men with their uniforms on the doorsteps. So it is a worrying situation indeed everywhere across Africa, and most African countries, especially those that are vulnerable to conflict and are vulnerable to bad human rights records and so many things. They are not happy. They are not at ease. Ivory Coast, there is a smearing rivalry which is silent because Babugo has served a sentence, has come back with after being put in jail to languish there. That is very silent poison there. We have so many states around there that are not arrestful, that are arresting. People are arrestful. Sierra Leone, you saw the military, they had to arrest some officers for plotting a coup. Nigeria itself looks fragile, and you never know who can knock on the door because there are so many things that have gone wrong. The fuel subsidy, the things that people are looking for are not there, the high cost of living, and all these add up to one serious direction that anybody in power in Africa must first of all look very organized. Otherwise, it could be very bad. Dr. Eno, as I end there.
All right, all right. Peter, please check your volume. Can you hear me now? If you can hear me, make some noise and let me see. No, I guess he still doesn't hear me. But let's round this up, Dr. Masanga. I know it is late where you are. What would you tell the coup leaders in Niger to hand over power to a civilian leadership, or to maintain power, just stay there for a while, and then what?
We cannot afford a military. We cannot afford to give military a room for taking over governments in Africa. We must stick to a dialogue, a dual system, dual courage, where dialogue, negotiations, and also a few diplomatic threats. So if we just give up, we are creating a problem for the rest of Africa. So it is very important that we discourage coups coming, soldiers coming from the barracks to go and take over. And then also the civilian government in Africa must begin to reason, must begin to understand that it is not very good to change constitutions, it's not very good to change term limits, it's not very good to do corruption, because these soldiers see you are bringing people in your office, they give you dollars, they give you suitcases. You are not the ones carrying suitcases of dollars that are being brought. It is the soldiers who guard you who see these dollars. And these are the ones who will come for you tomorrow. So please, let's do the right things to stop further coups in Africa. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Masanga, for joining me tonight, being part of the broadcast. It was a great pleasure to have you, sir. I look forward to having you back here. You have a great evening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anu, and I always count on me. Today I was running up between meetings, but I'm here. I said I cannot let you, my good brother. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a short break out here, and when I come back, I take you to Boya, where Peter is now connected and can listen and respond instantly. So please stay put, do not touch your remote as I come back in 1 minute. In 1 minute, I should be right back. Don't touch your remote, please.
You were seen in several occasions advocating for peace. You also led the caravan.
I did a 2-hour interview with Radio Evangelium of Manfe to explain to the people what had happened in the dialogue. What happened? When we went in for a grand dialogue, I must be clear to you, the bishops of this province had already put out a memorandum to the Prime Minister in preparation for the dialogue to stand for federation. We said federation. And this is how we went into the dialogue. Now, this is what I want to explain to your televiewers. Right. When we went into that dialogue and we started talking, this was still the opening of the dialogue. It was Chief, the late von Mukete, who got up and he made an analysis. All the videos are still there. Von Mukete started by saying that the position of the Southwest was that they don't want to have anything to do with the Northwest. And And that if they are talking about federation, the Southwest position was that they didn't want any federation as long as that will have them to do with the Northwest. We're all in this hall. And Mukete went back to history to analyze the divisions and the disagreements between Southwest and Northwest, and that federation on condition that Southwest and Northwest are not together. Now, when he said this was the position that the Southwest brought to dialogue. And the Southwest said 10-state federation. They were for federation, but 10-state federation. One man from the east and one from the north got up and said, look, we have never been a state. Why do you want to force us into statehood? You say you want 10 states. Why are you forcing us to be a state? You were a state, you know what it means. We have never been. So we don't want. Why do you want to force us into statehood? You say you want 10 states. Why are you forcing us to be a state? You were a state, you know what it means. We have never been. So we don't want state. Big argument broke out in the hall. And in the end, it is some lawyer who got up and went back to the Constitution and say, okay, with these arguments, there is provision for special status. Okay. So let us go back now to this Constitution and see how this special status can help Northwest and Southwest remain a little bit independent, but at the same time, not within the Federation. This was a compromise position that came out of the dialogue, because the Southwest position was that they wanted federation but nothing to do with the Northwest. These are clear facts of history that we lived through in the Grand National Dialogue. So now people are arguing, oh, they want federation, they want this and the other. We sat in that hall, and this is how the word special status came about. This is something that we can say is the fruit of the dialogue. And since then, what I think is that the decentralization process and the process of the independence or the autonomy of the regions has to be hastened. We are doing a lot of talking and very little is happening practically. The regions should be empowered, and the regions should be able to take their own development into their hands. Then this problem will take a different dimension. This is the fruit of the dialogue. Okay. And so we cannot say nothing happened in the dialogue. And I want this history to pass very clearly how special status came about. Because of the disagreement that occurred in the hall between Northwest and Southwest. This is how we quarreled in the hall. It was a very big quarrel. Since I am a man of many worlds, I unfortunately found myself between the Northwest parliamentarians and the Southwest parliamentarians. So I was the one who was almost dividing the fight in the hall with Bishop Johnson Cole. This is a reality. So people just come and enter the story in chapter 3. They don't understand how it came about. And this is what I want our televiewers to understand.
Okay.
Volume is out. I was muted, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that Peter can hear me now. Peter, can you hear me, sir? Okay, Peter can hear me now. All right. Thank you. Thank you. I was muted. Yes, my apologies. All right, I will come back to you. Let me get back to you, Peter. You listen to the statement there by Archbishop Nke. You watch that clip and you send out an article which I would like to read some excerpts. You wrote, on the whole, Bishop Andrew's comments only confirm the view held by the majority of Cameroonians and a vast swath of international opinion that a national dialogue was conceived and designed as a masquerade, a sham, a waste of Cameroon's resources, which failed to attenuate the standoff between the Anglophone, I'm using your own words, the Anglophone population and the regime in Yaoundé. You went further to state that some opinions hold that Chief Mukete's speech at that dialogue was written by some regime pundits, among them Jack Fem Ndongo, and foisted on him. Unfortunately, you say, all our prelates, the bishops, the moderator, and most other religious leaders have allowed themselves to be manipulated by the government machinery, and they no longer serve as a conscience of the society. Rather, they pander up to the regime and serve as a mouthpiece of the government's antics. That is what you wrote, responding to the statement we heard there from Archbishop Nke. I would like you to explain a little bit what you meant by the special status has always been in the Constitution, in that all what was discussed at the Grand National Dialogue and then brought up the special status was just a formality. Peter?
Yeah, I said so. The regime, I talked about the regime and its antics that it does. The regime organized its national dialogue, chose the people to come there and speak. And you write a play for people to come, you bring your actors to come and play. You give them roles, tell them what to say. They say it, and then you sit back, you sit behind, and put those things together and churn it and send it out. I think that is what the regime did with that national dialogue. The regime is at odds with the black opinion in the country. So it's finding every way to come back. But it wants to come back and still continue to impose itself. That is not possible. It cannot work. You see, the regime admits that Cameroon is a pluralistic society. It wants to govern it with monolithic approaches. It cannot hold Cameroon together. You see, all that happened in that national is what is called state capture. And state capture has many roots. The regime in Yaoundé has exactly how to manage the country using state capture. They have a video of one member of the regime who actually for about 7.5 minutes describing structure. The regime captures everything. Now, all know. Let me explain state capture a little bit for your audience. Can I go ahead, Chris?
Yes, go on.
When this conflict erupted around end of
2016 and the beginning of 2017. I think it was in February, early in the beginning of the conflict, sometime about January or end of December 2016 or January 2017. Barrister Akeremuna was invited to a panel at the BBC World Service. That program was hosted by Zainab at BBC. The topic of discussion is state capture. It's discussing capture itself in several countries, and Barrister was talking that of Cameroon. You know, Chris, that in countries in Africa, in many dictatorships around the world, the of power, which is the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive, they actually has total control over the legislature, and the parliament is just a rubber stamp. The judiciary only takes decisions.
We get that. We get that. Let me redirect the question this way, because we are kind of running out of time. We had so many audio issues with your set. But I want to ask you this question. When Bishop Nkeh goes on TV, makes these allegations, trying to pit the northern zone and the southern against the southern zone, or vice versa, I'd like to know what Ground Zero is saying when they listen to the Archbishop making such amplifying the language of divide and rule, which we very much know comes from a lot of public to Cameroon. What do you hear on Ground Zero about those allegations?
Okay, Chris, let me make this clear to you. Bishop Nkeh did nothing to recount what happened at the dialogue. He is not the one to carry on giving out that opinion. He counted, and that's okay. I mean, but the point is, as you have said, if he win to such kind of rhetoric, does not help Cameroon. That divide and rule rhetoric, which does not help. I'm really wondering if Kanatumi were here, what would he have said? If Kanatumi was given to play interview from that give, Kanatumi have said? It's just the kinds of things come to mind when you listen to this kind of thing. That thing about Northwest, it is just a play that is set up by you, and we fall for it. Phones fall for it cheaply. It don't help. When you say the Northwest never to the South, it is simple. You share boundaries with some people and you say you will nothing to do with them. It's impossible. How can you say that? And the South should be those of them who continue to carry out such things. They are the people who attack the separatists for saying that the Southern Cameroons will never have anything to do with La République de Cameroun. That is also, it is the same thing. Those Southwesterners were saying that they don't want to have anything to do with the Northwest. They are the same kind of elements who are saying that the Southern Cameroons will never have anything to do with the Republic. Once you share boundaries with some people, you cannot say you will not have anything to do with them. What you need to do is to construct the relationship and know how to manage it. That is what must happen. That is what must happen. And we are saying federation takes care of things, decides what kind of relationship there should be between who and who. Federation handles all that. So instead of propagating that kind of rhetoric, I advise all Cameroonians to have a global mind, to have a mind that is open. It is not what established people are saying. It is not good. And you know, Chimukete had already given an interview to Jeune Afrique in which he said he wanted federation, a federation of 10 states. Even when people say 10 states, you see, people don't really master what is federation. They don't understand what is federation. They think that federation will make them not to have to do with this other kind of people. It doesn't make sense at all. It does not make sense. So Chimukete had given his opposition that it is federation. But when he to the national that he say one anything to those people, that kind of language, that kind of rhetoric comes only from francophones. It's who forced it onto people. And it's not good for Cameroon. It will not help Cameroon.
Peter, I am so sorry. Your audio quality is not good at all. We are really struggling to hear you. It is breaking intermittently, and you hear one word, you don't hear the other word. Thank you for coming on. Perhaps when you have a better gadget with a better connection, I would like to bring you back. The audio is very, very bad, and everybody struggles to understand what you are trying to say. Thank you, and you have a great night, sir.
Thank you very much. Maybe we'll try
better
next time.
Again, my apologies for that. The problem is at his own end. I guess it is his own network. But at this moment, before I go, I will open the phone lines, take a few phone calls, and know what you have or you are thinking in your mind. So please, before you call, make sure that again you turn down the volume of your set. Make sure you turn down the volume of your set before you call. You have the phone line right there on your screen. So go ahead and call. I like to hear from you. I like to know what you are thinking. The phone line is now open. Hello. The phone line is now open. Hello. Hello, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, sir. This is Candida calling from, is it Norway or Denmark?
Yeah, calling from the Scandinavia.
Scandinavian. Okay, what is in your mind, sir? Please, can you turn down the volume in your background? It's interrupting this.
Yeah.
And focus on your phone.
Yes, that's correct. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make a contribution to the show. First of all, thank you very much for the effort you made to bring back the show, which we missed on Monday due to technical issues. And also like to appreciate Dr. David Masanga for actually turning up, despite the fact that he couldn't make it on Monday, but he still turned up today. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are unable to get Peter clearly from Ground Zero, so it is unfortunate. That notwithstanding, I just wanted to make some contribution to what Dr. Masanga was saying. He made some pertinent points regarding the situation in Niger. Like when he said that the first thing is ECOWAS and the international community were supposed to first of all find out where is the ousted President Bazoum. That was the first thing they were supposed to establish. Where is his family? And if he's not dead, then any attempt to invade Niger by any foreign force, the military will surely kill him before the foreign intervention arrives. So which means that by the time you even go in and you overthrow the military, you probably don't have anybody to put back in power. But the fact that the ECOWAS and other foreign intervention are not asking of Bazoum, it means therefore that their aim is not actually going to install him in power. Their aim is to go to destabilize the whole region. Because if their aim was to install him, his safety at the moment could have been their primordial concern. That said, Nigeria and ECOWAS is trying to do the dirty job of the West. That's what we see, especially with France behind the scene. And this takes us to the days of apartheid in South Africa. It's alleged that during the time of apartheid in South Africa, the minority white government that was ruling over the majority black people was given international embargoes. But unfortunately, they used Omar Bongo as an enabler or a proxy to get whatever they wanted from the international community. Omar Bongo was going out there, get things in the name of Gabon, ship them into Gabon, they smuggle the things into South Africa to support the white minority. This is to say that, like Dr. David Masanga said, we Africans, be it at the level of leadership, be it at individual level, we need to stand up and start protecting ourselves, because there is no way these Westerners can get to us if they don't have one person among us who can act as an enabler. So we need to stand up and start fighting for ourselves. Like what is happening now in the Sahel, I would probably call it, this is kind of African Spring, just like the Arab Spring came and passed. Being an African Spring, I mean that all Africa, by and large, young and old, domestic and diaspora, should stand up and give those guys, those countries who have made their voice clear and known to the international community, we have to support them. I'm talking about the Guinea, the Malians, the Nigerians, the Algerians. All Africa should unite. This is an African Spring that we all need to give our weight and support to those guys. Thank you very much.
And if before you go, if I may ask you, how do you, where do you put Ambazonian struggle in the context of this crisis going on in the Sahel?
You mean the Ambazonian struggle?
Yes.
Yeah. What is happening now is that the Ambazonian struggle has a good place in the Sahel, but it also depends on the market value that we give out there to the international community. It's not just going to happen on its own. We the Ambazonians need to go out there and make a market or make a political capital out of it, isn't it?
All right. Also, thank you for the call. Let me get to the another caller here. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
All right. I can hear you. Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from Mamfe.
From Mamfe. Wonderful. All right. What is on your mind?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for the program, and I want to say that we, the people of Mamfe, after listening to the one-time Archbishop here, or the Bishop of Mamfe, we think that he is losing his grounds, because he was the one who pushed away the military when they invaded his cathedral here in Mamfe. And at that time, he was speaking like a man of God. But now, when he is talking, telling us what the Southwest people brought during his conference, he did not tell us what the people of the Northwest equally brought. So he is presenting an argument that has been given to him by the government, because he presented what the other person from the North said and the person from Southwest said, but we don't know what the people of the Northwest equally brought. So by hiding such facts, it means that he is a liar. He is no more the Archbishop. Taking to it that he was the one sponsoring the Amba boys when they were here. He bought a bike and gave to them. So he is now a different person, and maybe he is trying to replace Archbishop Ntumi, Cardinal Ntumi. So he thinks that the government might vet him for that post if needs be. So we know that he is no more working for God. He is working for his own egos to be a man of God with fake identities. So he's working everything for himself. We don't trust him anymore.
Well, it is good to hear your perspective, because I think you are very much correct there. Many people are asking what happened to the bishop in Nkea, who was there in Mamfe, and I remember one of the interviews he granted the BBC after an attack took place in Mamfe, and he derided the government soldiers for attacking, going after innocent people and destroying people's property. Suddenly, he is made the archbishop, and he seems to have since taken the side of the government, and he is now being used by the government to divide and rule and then conquer the southwest and the northwest, as they call it.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Because, I was very shocked. Because I wanted him to say, this is what the people of the Northwest said, and this is what Mukete said. He is hiding completely one story, one part of the story. So he's a liar. He's a liar. For me, he's a liar.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the call. Thank you for the call. You have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Ano.
All right. Okay, the phone line is open, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and call. Let me get your take on these issues. Go ahead and call so I can get your take on these issues. The phone line is open. All right. We'll be rounding up in the next 2 minutes, so if you have to call, you go ahead and call, ladies and gentlemen. All right, in the absence of any call, I would like to remind all of you, I shall be back here next week with a very special presentation on the subject of a conference that is being called for by a masked group. I'll get back to that. Let's get this caller in here. Hello.
Hey, Comrade Chris, Mr. President, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm doing great.
Good. Yeah, thank you for taking my call. I want to thank the panelists that joined you this afternoon, this evening. So, with regards to the topic that you treated with about how France has been exploiting Africa, there's this book called, let's see if I can get the name of it.
How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Is that the one?
There's that book, and there's also a book called The Looting Machine.
Okay.
And inside that book, my brother actually shared this with me the other day. Inside that book called The Looting Machine, they talk about how France has been getting uranium from Niger for the past 40-something years, 40-plus years.
Oh, yes. I have been listening to the news for the past days, and every major news network says France has France gets 15% of her uranium that power its nuclear electricity from Guinea, which is why the French are really mad right now, because unless they have a stockpile, they are going to be very soon run out of supply.
Yep. So, and that's what I want to say. I mean, in this book called the Looting Machine by Tom Burgess, it looks like he's done some interviews and got some information from, I think, maybe an ambassador or someone from China. And this Chinese person named Xias is saying that France has been getting uranium from Niger for 40 years. And when you look at the balance sheets, of the money that Niger is making from this trade, it looks as if Niger is making the same amount of money for exporting the uranium that they are making from exporting onions. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
This thing that they're going and mining, that they're making the same amount of money from exporting uranium that they're making from the onions. I mean, it's really, really, really disgusting. And the last thing that I want to treat, right?
Yeah.
I really want to appreciate you because, we spoke about this the other day. I really want to appreciate you for treating this topic of this divide and rule that we see. Some of these are people who are supposed to be of Ambazonian descent, some of our Ambazonian brothers who are trying to present this divide and rule tactic against us.
Yeah.
You and I are not from the same zones that La Republic has defined, right?
Yeah.
We get along so perfectly.
Absolutely.
Our sister here, our sister here, Marianta, she is married to someone from the northern zone, right?
Right.
You yourself, you're from Libya Lim, and your wife of blessed memory was from Momo.
Right.
In our various organizations, we come from all over Ambazonia. We have been getting along so well together. So sometimes when you look at some of these divide and rule tactics that La Republic is trying to do, it does not make any damn sense. And if there's anybody out there that's falling for it, then that means they don't know what they're about and they don't even want their freedom. So thank you for treating this topic, and God bless you. Take care.
Well, I mean, you don't doubt why they do so, right? They've been doing so forever. They do so to keep the southern zone and the northern zone divided. Now, listen, when we go out, Ambazonians, southern Cameroonians, they go out demonstrating and protesting and demanding for a return to federation. You know what they do? They hold their grand national dialogue, and what they do is instead of restoring the House of Chiefs and giving a federation, what they do is they give you special status. And then what is in the special status? A House of Chiefs up north, and then a House of Chiefs up down south. Then you have what do they call it? Grand councils or what? Up north and one up south, up in the south. And these two bodies up north and south will never listen to each other, and they do that deliberately to keep us divided. Then they use their agents like Archbishop Nkei and all the prelates in both northern zones to carry their water, to distribute the message of how special status is tantamount to federation, giving us some autonomy, whereas we don't see it. We don't know. I mean, you and I, and not just you and I, our parents, our forefathers knew nothing like Northwest and Southwest. It was a creation of Amadu Ahito, and it was meant to further this divide, rule, and conquer. And the Biya regime is doing just the same. Let me assure every one of you out there, when we take over our country, when Ambazonia becomes an independent country, there will be absolutely no problems between the northern zone and the southern zones, because we're not going to be calling ourselves regions, provinces, or zones. We will have indigenous names, and we will have such a constitution and a form of state that does not identify a Northwesterner or a Southwesterner. You will just be Ambazonia. Doctor, finish your point and call it.
Yep, I even wanted to add, even my own brother is married to a very nice girl from Mamfe. So again, all this nonsense divide and rule that La Republic du Cameroon is doing against us is not going to work. This game that they even played with Frundi, where they took away what he had earned for himself by winning the presidential election, and he turned the other cheek, we are not doing any of that. We're standing firm in what we believe in, and we are going to have our independence, and we'll be a separate country from La Republic du Cameroon that will be democratically principled without this nonsense that they are doing all over the place like that. That's what I want our people to know, and La Republic du Cameroon to know. We're not joking.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the call.
Bye. Bye.
All right. Okay. Great contribution there. Let me see. Please, President, please. People are anxiously waiting for Mr. Peter back. When you are set, send flyers and let's distribute. Thanks. Okay. All right. I hear you, sir. We will try to make sure Peter has a better connection. The video was good, but the audio was just on and off. We will try to see if we can bring him back on another occasion. In the meantime, again, I shall be back here next week for a very educative and informative piece of information in respect to a conference that all of you have seen being advertised for Canada. That conference, I like every one of you to know, this interim government will not be part of it because the people behind it are being sponsored from La République du Cameroon. And please do not take my words as just another accusation, as you always hear, oh, blacklegs, oh, infiltrators, oh, CPDM. No, I mean it. I do not come here to waste my words and to just open my mouth and say anything. The conference in Canada is being put together by a proxy of La République in Cameroon, mixing among us here in the diaspora with the name CDN. CDN. I expect an expose on this subject on Monday. I am working on that, and I will come and I will explain to you why nobody should take that seriously, because this is an effort. This is an effort to bundle all the so-called groups, take to Canada, call La République du Cameroon. We have Ambazonia together, come in and offer federation. They will come in with their federation. They will bring also bundles of money. You've heard the exchange between La République du Cameroon and Capodania with the exchange of money. They will come in with a bundle of money, give it to those groups. When the question of federation is brought to the table and put there by La République du Cameroon, they will say, let's vote. Let's vote. Let's vote. So you can imagine if you put that on the table, they will outvote you and me, who stands for a free and independent Southern Cameroon's Ambazonia. So I shall be here on Monday to bring an expose on that. And I'd like you to tune in because it is going to be interesting. Take note of this organization called the CDN. It's a very sneaky organization being mightily used by La République du Cameroon. Now, you guys have not heard of 10 Kobo. Do you guys know where 10 Kobo is? 10 Kobo is here in the United States, paid for, brought here by the CDN, the money funded by the Prime Minister's office in La République du Cameroon. And this is the same organization that is putting on some conference in Canada. We will desecrate it. Nobody will sell this struggle. Not after people have suffered and died and they are still in pain. And some people are just hiding behind, conniving to hand us over. Yesterday, there was something called Ambazonia Ground Zero Command, or the APLC. Suddenly, we opposed it. It has died a natural death. Guess who was behind it? The CDN was the one behind it. We oppose it, and suddenly you hear nothing, zero, about Ground Zero Command. So, ladies and gentlemen, ignore what you see being advertised for Canada. It's a setup. It's a setup to gather all of us, or at least the willing parties, to sell to La République du Cameroon. We have certain groups in this independent quest who are just willing to jump to any direction, jump to any angle, wherever the wind blows, they jump to. They're just trying to strategize, position themselves so that if the wind is blowing to the west, they are there, to the north, they are there. That is why you see in their promotion, they are advertising, I think, 26 groups. And some of these groups, you have never heard about them. You have never heard about them. Guess what also? Some of these groups are based or registered in Yaoundé, not even up to 1 year old. Groups registered in La République du Cameroon are in these groups being put together by the CDN. And does one thing also surprise you if you have seen that advertisement? CDN is the mogul behind it, but you do not see CDN listed in that advertisement, but they are the ones organizing it. They were behind, they were the ones behind the APLC or Ground Zero Command. It has died a natural death, but you don't see them. They are very sneaky. They operate from the background. We have had a lot of exchanges. We've been in meetings with them, and comrade, trust me, when I see manipulations, I know it. When I see a manipulator, I know it, and we are seeing one in the name of the CDN. I will bring you some details and revelations on Monday. So please stay put, and I look forward to coming back to you on Monday. You have a great night, and thanks for tuning in and being part of the broadcast today.
Russian spies arrested in suburbia. Similar theme for the Daily Mail, which calls them spies who came in from suburbia. This is the front of the Mirror, the spies next door, their headline. The Guardian explains that those arrested are Bulgarians suspected of spying for the Russian security services. The Times says they'd been posing as journalists before their arrest. The Telegraph labels them the Northolt spy ring because 3 of them were arrested close to the RAF base frequently used by the royal family. The Daily Express says there's another big rise in the state pension coming next year, thanks to a large increase